Recording.
Good evening and welcome to this meeting of the Boston School Committee. I'm School Committee Chair Jerry Robinson. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I will ask my colleagues to please unmute and join me. I pledge
Pledge of
allegiance
allegiance
to the
to the
flag
flag
of the
of the
United States
of America,
and to the
to the
republic
republic
for
for
which
which
it
it
stands,
stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God, indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and
and
justice
for all.
Because this is a remote meeting, I will ask Ms. Sullivan to please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Present.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez, you joining us shortly. Ms. LaPera,
Present. Sorry, can you hear
Thank
me?
you.
I can.
Yes,
Mr. Mehta will be joining us at public session. Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Present.
Mr. Tran,
Present.
Mr. O'Neill,
Present.
Ms. Robinson.
present.
Thank you. We do have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion for the school committee to adjourn to executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the United Steelworkers Local 2936, the bus monitors. To have this discussion in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the committee's bargaining position. The committee will return to public session at 6. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez, Ms. LaPera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. At this time, I'll ask my fellow members, the superintendent and staff, to log off from this public session and join the executive session using the Zoom link sent out by Ms. Sullivan. We will see you in a moment. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Boston School Committee. I'm Chairperson Jerry Robinson. The committee just returned from an executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the United Steelworkers Local 2936, also known as our bus monitors. Tonight's session is being shared live on Zoom. It will be rebroadcast on Boston City TV and posted on the school committee's webpage and on YouTube. The recording will be available in all of the BPS languages. Tonight's meeting documents are posted on the committee's webpage, bostonpublicschools.org/school committee, under the January 11th meeting link. The meeting documents have been translated into all of the major BPS languages. Any translations that are not ready prior to the start of the meeting will be posted as soon as they are finalized. The committee is pleased to be offering live simultaneous interpretation in Spanish, Haitian Creole, Cabo Verdeano, Cantonese, Mandarin, Vietnamese, and American Sign Language. The interpretation feature has been activated. Click the globe icon at the bottom of your screen to select your language preference. I'd like to remind everyone to speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. Thank you to everyone who signed up for public comment. Sign up for public comment closed today at 4:30 p.m. Please make sure you are signed into Zoom under the same name you used to sign up for public comment. You can use the Zoom tools to rename yourself so that committee staff will be able to recognize you when it comes time to call on you. Thank you for your cooperation. We will begin with the approval of minutes. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the December 14th, 2022 school committee meeting and the January 4th, 2023 annual organizational meeting as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Cardet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
thank you. Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The minutes are approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. We'll now move on to the superintendent's report. I present to you our superintendent, Mary Skipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Happy New Year to everyone. Before I begin my report, I want to acknowledge and follow up on the model that our team is working on to add more resources to address the safety and student support needs that we're seeing throughout our schools across the district. While we're happy to read and get reports that the violent incidences are down across the city, we also realize that any amount of violence in our communities, around our schools, in our schools, that affects our students and families is too much. In recognizing and responding to this area of need shown in our schools, we realize that we need to continue to increase our internal resources to provide safe, restorative, and trauma-informed care for our students, staff, and by extension, also our families. So to address this, and based on feedback that we've received, a team was created by the Office of Student Support and Safety Services jointly in partnership with our Operations Division. This cross-functional team includes representatives from the Office of Opportunity and Achievement Gaps, Division of Student Supports, Division of Schools, Office of Human Capital, BPS Labor Relations, BPS Finance, the Office of Safety Services, and BPS Intergovernment Relations. One of the first tasks of this team was to review the community connection positions that we talked about, or you heard public comment about at the last session, and to take them through a process so that we could receive input from members of the BPS community. And we've already had a robust discussion during one of the latest community equity roundtables and then following. We look forward to receiving additional feedback on these roles and other things as we continue to explore new ways to engage our young people and to keep them safe. The specific outcomes of this cross-functional team, well, there's several of them. So the first is to support our students and families from a public health and wellness lens, including addressing issues such as food insecurity, providing resources for stable housing, mental health supports, and economic opportunities. Secondly, this cross-functional team intends to identify BPS staff who can work beyond the school day in order to be more visible in the community, make more authentic connections with students, families, community-based organizations, and attend neighborhood-specific meetings. Third, to keep school-based staff informed of community-based opportunities and activities for our students, families, and staff, as well as examine challenges and to hear about challenges that may be occurring in our communities that impact student learning or safety. So we're currently seeking feedback through a community engagement process, which is helping us to create a strategy that responds with the resources and tools necessary to address what we know are deep issues around trauma, with the goal of providing healing spaces for our young people. We thank those who've already provided feedback and we're looking forward to hearing additional feedback from others as we continue the process. Using the racial equity planning tool, we have heard from young people, different education advocacy groups and advocates, parents, along with others, including a meeting with the faith-based community and another one that's scheduled for this coming week. We received feedback that the supports that our approach, that our framing of this work is evolving, but it's common, you know, I think it's feedback and comments that will strengthen our model and certainly I think reinforces you know, what we've heard collectively around making sure that it's trauma-informed approach, that it's a restorative approach, and that it has our students at the center. So we look forward to sharing additional information with the committee as the work of that particular committee evolves. I also wanted to just give an update around our return from the winter break relative to COVID-19. Given the height of travel and gatherings and the spread of the new COVID-19 variants, the flu, RSV, and other respiratory illnesses, we updated our health protocols for after the winter break to really maximize our ability to keep students healthy and minimize staff and student absences during this high-risk period. On Wednesday, January 4th, all BPS schools adopted temporary masking until this coming Friday, which was really a total of 8 school days. This is our ask and expectation of students and staff. It was not a mandate. I want to start by thanking our students, our staff, our families for their cooperation in meeting our masking expectations. I've been out to several schools, as has our executive staff, and talking with school leaders. We see that since the return from break, that many of our students and many of our staff are masking, and that they recognize the need for this during this heightened period of time. During the same time last school year, to just frame the reason why we did the temporary masking, last year, BPS experienced the largest COVID-19 surge, which resulted in significant staffing shortages that really made it nearly impossible to keep all schools open. You know, some days there were upwards of 1,200 staff members out, 8,500 students throughout the first 2 weeks of school during that return in January of 2022. This year, we've seen staff absences range from a high of approximately 500 on January 6th to a low of about 200 on January 9th, with student absences ranging high 8,700 on January 4th to a low of 5,200 by January 10th. This data shows that our protocols are working, that masking is one important tool, but that it's also about the weekly rapid tests that we provide, that we ask our students and our staff to use. It's ensuring air purifiers are in our classrooms, that windows are cracked open for ventilation, circulation. It's wiping down high contact surfaces. It's regular hand washing and reminding our student body and our staff to do so. And it's hosting vaccine clinics around the city, particularly in our schools, where this year we've vaccinated over 2,500 BPS students and staff and families. In anticipation of any staffing shortages, our schools division did an incredible amount of work for planning. They worked on a robust plan to have central office staff ready to deploy to the schools in a bench format in each of the regions if a need for extra support evolved. About 200 central staff were at the ready. They formed benches of 20 to 25 per region. The teamwork was exactly what I hoped and expected of employees, and I'm proud that they came to it with enthusiasm and with a willingness to help out. And I know that you're equally proud of that. We're here to serve our students, and sometimes that literally means dropping what we're doing and jumping in to be able to do so. And our central staff have done that. I'm just really grateful to have central staff who were willing to pause their work, which in many cases meant they still had to continue it another time, in order to really help out our schools and be there in the classrooms, in the main offices, and as greeters, and even at lunchtime, to be able to support when there was staff absence. We'll continue to monitor the numbers. This school division team is doing it multiple times a day. But with the staffing absences back to mostly normal numbers, we anticipate ending the central staff support next week. Schools who do have any concerns will work with their school superintendent to establish what they need for coverage. The good news is that we now have a system that's in place to launch at a moment's notice if we find the absences trending back up. And that's a big change from what we've had in the past. And it's really due to the due diligence of Dr. Eccleston and the entire team on the school soup side for really mapping this out in a very comprehensive way. We're also going to continue to meet daily with the Boston Public Health Commission, as we have been most of the year. Our health services team, really big shout out to them, as well, to just continue to look at our data and to review our protocols, again, letting the data drive decision making. I really want to thank just incredible thanks to the BPS community itself, to the students, to our families, to our staff, to our community partners who spread the word. And, really, the last couple of years have been extremely challenging. And for many, the idea of masking, even temporary, was difficult, but people have really done a great job with it. So I just really want to thank the community for working together on this critical issue and getting us through this high-risk 2-week period. Positive update on school choice. School choice is opened. We're on day 6 of registration. I'm happy to report that our numbers are up. At the end of the day yesterday, we had 912 families that had registered for the school, and that represents an increase from last year at this time, where it was 451 families. And I think this is really a tribute to a number of strategies we're using. Obviously, moving the K2 into the first round. The virtual registration visits have been extremely popular with some of our prospective parents. It really cuts down on the appointment wait times and the crowds in the centers, and it just offers another avenue for parents. We have ads out on the MBTA trains and buses. We have public service announcements running in Spanish and other languages to promote school choice this year. Registration for round 1, as a reminder, runs through February 3rd, and I will continue to keep the committee updated on the progress and any trends that we're seeing with registration. But just a real kudos to the entire registration team, family and community engagement, just terrific work. So many bright spots, since returning. Chef and restaurant owner Joanne Chang came to Madison Park, and at Madison Park, she shared her story about her food business with BPS students. She owns Flower Bakery, which I'm sure many of you have been to, and I think it was great for the students to be able to hear directly about what it was to open a business in the area of her passion and love in the culinary, and this is the exact type of bringing businesses in that we want to do to be able to make that connection of applied learning with our students. We were proud to have our very own Boston Arts Academy students perform the national anthem at the inauguration for Governor-elect Maura Healey. I'm also happy to share that 13 BPS students have been awarded 4-year full tuition merit-based scholarships by the Posse Foundation. That totals $2.5 million for those students. We had 13 BPS seniors who were among 51 Boston area students who will be attending Bryn Mawr, they'll be attending Bucknell, Center College, Rutgers, Union College. The Posse program is such a wonderful program for helping our students attach and feel supported as they take that big step into the post-secondary world, and supported financially, social, emotionally, academically. So we're thrilled and incredibly proud of those 13 BPS students. I would like to give a special recognition to Hassani Little. You may have seen Hassani's story on the news. Hassani is a third grader at the PA Shaw Elementary in Dorchester. And Hassani was presented with a commendation from the Boston Fire Department for leading his family and neighbors to safety from a house fire that happened in early December. So just a lot of bravery and leadership on Hassani's part, and very proud of him. And we just want to give him a special recognition. Tomorrow, we will hold the 40th annual MLK celebration at the Jeremiah Burke High School in the auditorium at 6:30. I would love for all of you to join, anyone in the public. We'll highlight the life and legacy of Dr. King and through a celebration of the arts. BPS students will be singing, dancing, sharing poetry. The evening in the program will be one of celebration, and it'll also be live streamed through Fox 25. That's the event media sponsor. So look forward to seeing some of you tomorrow evening. And congratulations to the boys and girls hockey teams at Boston Latin School and at Boston Latin Academy. These teams were part of the roster that had the opportunity to actually participate in the Fenway Frozen. So they gave us great pride, and we're happy that they got to celebrate and be part of something very special. I'd like to provide the committee with some updates on our SIP. Again, this is our systemic improvement plan that we have through the Department of Ed. We have and we continue to make really good progress over the last 6 months, and continue to make that progress in multiple aspects of the plan. I really want to take a moment to recognize and applaud the work of our Assistant Superintendent of Data Strategy and Implementation, Monica Hogan, her team, her leadership, really for leading the charge and ensuring that we all work together on this critical work. Later tonight, you will hear another report from the Council of Great City Schools. This one will be on their findings for transportation. This report was initiated as one of the requirements of the SIP, and we actually submitted that report to DESE earlier this afternoon, but this was one that we were eagerly awaiting. We really wanted to hear what the council's perspective was and their recommendations were, so we'll be eager to hear from Director Hart as we go throughout the evening. We're also excited to announce that we're launching a Transportation Advisory Council. So this idea originated from our work with parents and advocates over the past several months. This group will serve as a sounding board for transportation issues and to help to inform strategy around our policies and practices, and will include students, parents, and BPS staff. This group will play a key role in informing our responses to the recommendations from the Council of Great City Schools report. And actually there's some mention in there of the kind of cross-sector work and stakeholder work, and ensuring that we're constantly being informed by those who are the recipients of our transportation. We'll make a formal announcement about the council along with the membership later on this month for the committee and the public. Additionally, I'd like to provide a quick note on transportation on-time performance. In December, BPS averaged 93% on-time performance. And in the first week returning from winter break, we averaged 91%. Historically, this first week back from the break has been a challenge year after year in BPS. We generally see much higher numbers of driver absences due to travel and so forth. Although this continued to be a challenge this year, we've seen significant improvements from the prior years. And we continue to work with our drivers and with TransDev to implement operational changes in the new drivers union contract. So to give you a concrete example from the data side, on the first day back from winter break this year, we had 43 trips without driver coverage, compared to last year where we had 140. And so you can see that a lot of the work we've done on the contract with our drivers and with TransDev has resulted in far fewer routes being uncovered this year, and we have even more room for progress going forward. We know that in multiple areas of transportation, and the council report will inform this, we have a long way to go, but we're really encouraged by the progress, and we're going to keep working hard with TransDev, keep working hard with our drivers and union to meet and exceed the benchmarks that have been set for us. Finally, in closing, as we kick off the new year, I really want to thank all of you for your continued support. I had a milestone last week in that I reached the 100th day of my superintendency. I had really a wonderful opportunity to speak with one of the students at the O'Brien, a senior, Jonathan Najo. And he's just a very talented young man. It was wonderful to hear about his plans. He had the chance to ask me questions as I reached my 100th day about looking back and looking forward in BPS. And I really had the opportunity to give my thanks to you, to our mayor, to the city council, to our staff and our students and our families for just the support and the ongoing dialogue to make our system the best system that it can be for those that we serve. And, I come to that 100-day mark with just much optimism and hope that, we are going to make BPS a district that we're all incredibly proud of and that serves our students and our families extremely well. So this concludes my report, and I'm happy to take questions from the committee.
Thank you, Superintendent. And again, congratulations on your first 100 days. I'll now
Thank you.
open it up to questions and discussion from the committee. I'd like to remind my colleagues about our agreed upon norm that we each have 5 minutes, 1 to 2 questions. I'd like to remind BPS staff to also be brief in your responses. If you have additional questions, I'll come back and do a second round. If you have a question, please raise your virtual hand or put a request in the chat. Let's start with you, Dr. Alkins.
Thank you. And of course, congratulations to all of the students on their numerous accomplishments. Congratulations to you, Superintendent Skipper, with reaching 100 days. And I'm pretty sure that it's had its ups and downs, and but of course, a lot paving the way for future progress. So I'm excited for you and the work that lies ahead. And also, I wanted to certainly send a shout out to De Laverne, who I know has been diligent in making sure that the transportation that we've done for years has been improving. So it's good that, hearing that after the break, we've been able to maintain an over 90% rating in terms of routes being covered. Actually, I was curious to know about if we actually have heard any update back from the Lyft relationship that we talked about. And I know I had heard that they had sort of gone silent a little bit, but have we heard anything about that on that front?
Yeah, so Attorney Mackey is on. I don't know if she is the lead on that piece of negotiation. I don't know if there's anything public that you can state, Lisa. Well, what I can say is that I know that there's continued conversations. They had asked for a pause as they were working on some things on their side. And I know that Lisa Mackey has been in regular dialogue and conversation with them. We will try to get a formal update from Attorney Mackey when she returns on. Oh, it looks like Dan can answer.
Superintendent, I can also jump in here. So as the superintendent said, we're continuing to work to prioritize this. Lyft did have to pause on their end as they went through some transitions, but they have they have let us know that they're re-engaging with this work, and we're looking forward to hearing from them soon. And we hope to be able to provide additional updates soon.
Mr. Cardet Hernandez.
Hello, echoing the congratulations to you, but also to all of the students and their incredible achievements, particularly our Posse scholars. What a sort of life-changing opportunity for them to be able to access school with that type of support. So congrats. I have 3 questions. I'll start with the first one. One, I'm just curious, as you sort of briefly talked about the SIP, I'm still thinking about special education for the fall, and I'm thinking about it even more specifically as families are making choices for next year and thinking about the right place for their young person. I'm curious what updates we have more concretely around schools who have moved into any sort of stage of planning around inclusion models for the fall, and sort of any top lines that you have around sort of momentum in that space, including leadership. And then I guess the third piece is, like, as a parent, sort of where am I going to get that information, and sort of how do I know what's changing structurally at a school as I'm making a decision for the fall?
Sure. So great questions. I will tag in Dr. Chen just more specifically on the inclusion piece. But what I can say is we're working actively with the cohort of 22 schools who are at a range of readiness with inclusion. Some who have been doing inclusive practice, others who want to. Part of that is also the budget process for them. And so as they come into budget collaboratives and then eventually into probable org, they will be putting forth for support their models of inclusion. This is an important piece because it means that they can start the process next year, means they can start the process actually over the summer in terms of training, preparation, hiring. And so we see this as critical. I know that on the staffing piece, Dr. Chen is working hard on this. I do believe over the next week to 2, there will be some announcement around the senior advisor position, which, just as a reminder, is going to be key in helping to ensure the action planning for the Council of Great City Schools overall report. Additionally, for that, we have a national search going for what we increased a position to Chief of Special Education. Previous to that, it had been a lower level in the organization, and we felt, given the importance of the work for that and for OMME, that those 2 positions would be chief positions. And so there's a national search going on right now for those positions. Dr. Chen, I don't know if there's anything else that you want to add to that.
Sure. Just real quick on the specifics of your question, and thank you. In terms of the transition to full inclusion, we certainly have schools in the cohort, as the superintendent mentioned. And part of that work is very deliberate, deep dive work around the structures and the current implementation of tier 1 supports and multi-tiered systems of support. So the school teams are really building and strengthening their structures. At the same time, as you referenced, there are some schools that are ready for structural changes in terms of different types of classes moving forward. And so there's a handful of those schools who have met together deeply with central office staff, and we're now reviewing, we're in that probable org and budget collab cycle where we're now reviewing the requests for staffing and the particular models. And I really want to give a shout out to the schools, because it's not about starting with a model and then plugging kids into it. It's looking at who are our students and how do we best design the models that support them. And so we are getting a good variety of those things.
Great to hear. Just to follow up there, and sorry, I can't see the timer, so if I'm out, just thumbs me down. I guess the question I have here is for a family, I guess 2 things. Like, if I'm looking to, like, I know what I'm looking for as a parent, and like that's the type of environment I want my young person to be in, regardless of their disability status. As a parent, is there any new news for them as they're applying to schools for the fall around program changes that are potentially happening at a school? Or is that the kind of 2024-25 school year information that gets shared? And we should be thinking about this next year, this next academic year, as still part of the sort of planning and preparation.
Yeah,
I-
so
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, so we see next year as the planning year. And so what we're doing is to align resources so schools can do that thoughtfully and then be able to communicate clearly to families, this is what they can expect. So that would be, to your point, for admission for the following school year. That said, I'm sure that as school leaders describe their schools and their vision of the schools and what they're hoping to accomplish, part of that conversation with families is to be clear that they are a cohort 1 inclusion school and that they do plan to be building out their inclusion model.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. LaPera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can folks hear me? Because I know my microphone is perfect.
Yeah.
And I hear footsteps, so apologies in advance. Thank you so much, Superintendent, for the updates, especially encouraging to hear, oh my goodness. Especially encouraging to hear the pieces around the community engagement as it relates to the student support and safety. Because I know that that is a concern, and that was also, there were public comments that were brought up to our attention. That is beautiful. Thank you so much. So I have a beautiful drawing. My child today in school. I'll make it quick. So one of the pieces that you brought up was around school choice season. And you mentioned that there's an increase in families who are engaging with our process. I remember from my own journey, but also from community members that I hear from, that when families hear where they actually have the option of registering or where they're actually assigned, tends to be much later in the year than is typically helpful for families who are making decisions. And so obviously this year is underway, but I'm curious, what is the long-term thinking as it relates to adjusting our calendar to really meet the needs of families and decision-making? Because finding out at the end of March whether you're going to be in K1 or at a daycare is really challenging. Finding out whether you're accepted into a middle or high school at the end of April or May is really challenging for families. And so would love to hear your thinking on that.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. So this is active conversation right now because it also, our assignment system is also very intertwined in many of our other systems, like our transportation, like our summer programming. So the earlier that we can move timelines back, I think the better planning we do for everything. So this is active conversation. However, because they are all intertwined, we can't do things unilaterally where you just move one system. So this is the reason why these three hefty reports, but in particular the transportation and special education, we're eagerly awaiting them. And now that we have them, it's been to be able to really try to come up with a cohesive plan where the timelines all match. One of the intricacies, obviously, for us is that charters and privates are on a different timeline. And so this is one of the hard details for us that we're trying to work through, because you also see that it also creates barrier for our parents in when they find out about assignment, because those timelines of acceptance don't align. So what I will say is these are active conversations that we're having with the compact. These are active conversations we're having internally with the goal of wanting to be able to move our timelines backward. But as of right of this moment, we don't have a plan yet for what that looks like in year 1, in year 2, in year 3 of implementation, but know that it's an overall goal for us to be able to get that information to our parents more quickly and to try to do some cooperative alignment relative to the compact.
I appreciate that. I mean, honestly, as somebody who has gone through the process, like I also think of it as an enrollment strategy, and like, this is how we keep families in our system, because
That's
we're not
right.
forcing them out by having to make a choice without being able to engage with us.
That's right.
I appreciate the work and the continued conversations on that. My other question is related to the upcoming breaks for February break and for April break. We're a little longer than a month out, or actually probably a month out from February break. And so would love to hear an update as to how we're engaging with students and families for any activities that may be happening within BPS.
Sure. So I will I just ask if Drew can pop on for a minute to talk about the Acceleration Academies, or Dr. Chen, and also Denise Chief Snyder, if you can just talk about the work that we're doing with the community orgs around opportunities.
Sure, thank you. Good evening. It's good to see everyone again. I do want to touch on Acceleration Academies and the strategy this year that we are working intensively with our transformation schools and some additional schools based on the Opportunity Index. And so that active planning, we are near the finish line and having everything in place for very exciting and robust Opportunity Acceleration Academies. And I will certainly defer to my colleagues around the content of those academies. We are consistently working with our partners just in terms of sharing information about what they may have going on. We know that BPS is one solution for families and students. So much more is around what we're doing to share the good work and the offerings and the opportunities in our community partners, whether that's the YMCA, whether that's the Boys and Girls Club, whether that's dozens of smaller, more localized programs. That's really, I think, part of our solution. I do not have that list in front of me, and we can certainly provide more detail on who those partners are and the work we're doing to connect to families. Happy to do that, but wanted to just chime in about where we are with the Acceleration Academies and transformation schools.
Yeah, I think for me, what would be helpful is to get an understanding of where Acceleration Academies are taking place. Salud, mi amor. But also, what enrollment. We're a month out, right? So our families enrolled, our students, do families know our students enrolled? If we are targeting students, just making sure that they're actually going to have the ability to show up. And then I know one of the challenges that we've had in the past is transportation around these breaks. And so how is that being communicated and how is that being addressed with families so that they are able to engage with these opportunities?
Yeah. So there has definitely been work that has been taking place for the last few months around the planning out for the transformation schools. Part of why on the Acceleration Academies we did a very specific transformation focus was so that we could actually, with the transportation, make sure we were guaranteeing the transportation for those schools. Those signups happen at the schools. Director Sabin has been working on that, night and day. So we're very confident that there's going to be a good turnout for students in the transformation schools with Acceleration Academies. I think the part that I would say that you're bringing up about opportunities for vacation time, and I think I would actually say year round. We put a tremendous amount of effort with Boston and Beyond in the summer programming, and it pays off. It's comprehensive, it's well orchestrated. And then September comes and there's much less focus on the comprehension and much more about the individual school sites and partners. So I just had this conversation with the Youth Opportunity Agenda folks about needing to put the same intentionality to the year round. So in other words, September to May or to June that we do for the summer. So that for parents, it's very clear at the different grade levels what opportunities students have in the after school hours on Saturdays right? We need to be doing that same buildup of menu. So acceleration academies are easy in the sense that they have a particular format and structure, and it's clear who they're for. What I'm more concerned about is what are the opportunities that we can offer any student that's in a school during that time when parents are looking for constructive activities for their students and students are looking for that as well. I think this is going to be something that we jointly do with the city, because I think, you know, obviously it's not something the district can do as its own lift, but it's something with Rebecca Granger we've been having active conversations about. And I would anticipate, obviously going into this school year, we did not have the vision and the time for the planning for that. But for next school year, that will definitely be a priority of ours, is to lift that menu. In the meantime, the activities that are organized already that parents can choose from, we can definitely get that list, and that will and should be up on the website.
Appreciate that. Music to my ears. I started my career in out of school time programming with high school students. And so there's just so many opportunities. I say it all the time. If you can't figure it out in Boston with all the nonprofits,
That's it.
all higher education, there's no hope anywhere else. So
That's right.
thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Polanco Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Y congratulations, Superintendente, for su 100 year in the Boston Public School or new superintendent. Hay una gran preocupación por los padres. Gracias por el reporte, pero hay una gran preocupación por los padres y la comunidad sobre la propuesta de los 18 nuevos puestos de trabajo para conexión comunitaria, del trabajo que están promoviendo de conexiones comunitarias.
Well, as Rafa said, congratulations, Superintendent, on your 100 days as Superintendent in the Boston Public Schools. And I want to say that there's a great concern in parents and in the community about those 18 new job positions in the community. And I want to hear about that.
En conexiones comunitarias, el puesto para conexiones comunitarias.
The community connections, liaisons.
Ok, entonces me alegra mucho escuchar que la superintendente expresó que hay un comité de seguridad que está trabajando sobre esto.
So I'm very happy to hear that the superintendent mentioned that there's a safety committee working on this.
Este comité está recibiendo opiniones de las familias y también de las organizaciones comunitarias.
Which is receiving feedback from the families and also from community organizations.
Pero quisiéramos escuchar, ¿verdad? ¿Qué deben esperar las familias?
But we'd like to hear what families should expect.
Tomando en cuenta que las familias han sido específicas en sus pedidos.
Keeping in mind that the families have been very specific in their requests.
Tomando en cuenta que hay una gran cantidad de dinero que se va a emplear para esto.
And keeping in mind that there's a great amount of money that is going to be used for this.
Y tomando en cuenta la gran cantidad de cosas que se necesita hacer para nuestros estudiantes, para la educación pública en Boston.
And keeping in mind the great amount of things needed for our students in Boston.
Por ejemplo, la justicia restaurativa, que algunas escuelas no la tienen. Por ejemplo, apoyo socioemocional entre maestros bilingües. Entonces, quiero enfatizar que hay una gran cantidad de dinero que se utilizará para esto. Entonces, es importante saber qué le dicen a los padres y a las familias que tienen estas preocupaciones, que están haciendo estas sugerencias. ¿Cuánto van a ser escuchados ellos en sus sugerencias?
So, for instance, we want to hear about a lot of issues that are the concern of the parents and community organizations, like the restorative justice, the social emotional support, the bilingual staff. And we want to know how much you're going to hear the parents in their concerns about all this and other things.
So thank you for those questions. This is, I think, an example where we took a job description that existed and we wanted to hear the feedback from the community. And I think this is the kind of authentic dialogue, conversation, and input that we are wanting to have. I think what you will find is that the committee has heard it, is taking it, and is evolving it in the job description. I am going to ask Deputy DePina and Chief Kelton and Chief Coakley, because all three are involved in the committee. But I think Chief Kelton or Deputy DePina, I don't know which of you wants to start, but I think it would be good to explain how we're taking the feedback and evolving the thinking around those positions.
Chief Kelton, I'll defer to you and I can close out.
Okay. So I think what we've been hearing is when we first originally discussed the positions was a lot of feedback around where community members, where students, where families were seeing the gaps in terms of services. So our hope is to really focus in on creating spaces both in school, but also outside of school that are trauma sensitive and that are restorative in nature. What we find often is
I'm
that
gonna go straight into the
that there is a disconnect between incidents or concerns or events that are happening in the community, and that being able to be supported both in the school and then seamlessly into the community. So our hope is that we will create a position that will lend itself to creating more wraparound services, positions that will be available to attend community meetings at community centers, will be able to represent the district outside of school hours and in communities that are easier to reach for families. We oftentimes find that our parents are not able to make physical contact with the school because they're working during school hours. So to alleviate some of that pressure and to streamline communication and create more access for families and for students, we really want to create these positions that also work in a restorative and nurturing nature, and also work as connectors to additional resources in our community-based agencies that provide support and our community-based organizations.
Thank you. One thing I would add to that is that I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add, Chief Kelton and Deputy Superintendent Dr. DePina, is that through that process, we really engage in a significant community engagement process based on our equity roundtable and our equity planning tool. And in excess now of, I want to say almost close to 200 individuals that we engage within a short amount of time, really systematically by the weeks, maybe 3 to 4 to 5 meetings a week, really getting feedback from a diverse level of engagement. And to speak to the chairperson's comment is about different levels. I'm talking about students, we're talking about parents, we're talking about community members, stakeholders from all facets of BPS. And in fact, I'm even engaging in a presentation just a few minutes with some HBCU individuals who are former BPS students and now stakeholders within the community.
And I would just add school leaders, obviously, on multiple times and occasions as well, and central office staff that also support this work. So we're confident that with the feedback that we receive, we'll develop a revised set of proposals on the model based on their feedback, way to present that as soon as the feedback in engagement sessions are concluded. Thank you, Superintendent.
So I think just in summary for Ms. Polanco Garcia, I think we're hearing the feedback very clearly. We're stressing in the positions the connection piece, the restorative piece, the supportive piece, the based in the community side of things, the parent connection, and the connection from school to out of school time for students. So the things that we've heard at the Equity Roundtable, and certainly as this committee has met with each group of stakeholders, including and especially students, that their voice, because these positions, as they come over, these positions are intended to support our students. So we want to make sure their voice is at the center of this as well.
I'm sorry, Superintendent, if I could just add too, the students were really thankful to have a space just by themselves as well, without any adult interference, and just be able to be honest and upfront as well. So they really appreciated that. So I just want to thank the student representatives that participated in that conversation.
That's great.
Thank you. Dr. Alkins?
Yeah, sorry, this is more of a naive question, but it comes from a place of hearing my colleagues, particularly Mr. Cardet Hernandez and Ms. Lopera, speak about their own experience with engaging with the registration process. And I'm curious as to what the processes are in place for the iterative feedback. How are we actually engaging the community and improving the process? I know we have FAQs, I know we have the helpline, but I'm sort of curious, and certainly Ms. Lopera, Mr. Cardet Hernandez, please jump in. Are families sort of being engaged after they've gone through the process to say, how was this for you? Where should we improve it? What's the easiest, what are some transitions that we could make as a district to sort of make it much easier as a process?
Yeah, so I'll actually, this is actually why Deputy Tavares's position, right, why we really kind of increase this, is because we're looking for that family dialogue after each process, right? Whether it's around transportation, special education services, or to your point here, Dr. Alkins, enrollment and assignment. So I don't know if Deputy Tavares, if you'd like to speak to that a little bit, and then I'm sure Chief Snyder would like to give some specifics about how we're collecting that feedback.
Yes, absolutely. Superintendent, thank you so much for the opportunity. I would love to have the question repeated, please.
Sure. So I think I'm asking a question in relation to how we're engaging the community within the feedback process so that we better understand what their experience was throughout the registration process and how we're using that feedback to now improve, like to create the iterative process.
What's really exciting about the work that the team does is that's absolutely embedded in what they do when the families come in. So one of the ways in which we collect that data is immediate. And, with Chief Snyder and her team, they've been doing a lot of thinking about how to improve the processes in every single turn. And I'm going to have actually Chief Snyder share a bit more details. Chief Snyder?
Yep, sure. Thank you again. So we absolutely do a survey every year that gets emailed to families. Sometimes we do it live and attach it to their documents, but now that we have so many folks remotely, it ends up being emailed. And we ask really helpful questions. And by helpful, I mean helpful in terms of informing our work. So we might and do ask, how did you learn that it was time to register? Are there other ways we could have reached you more effectively? How was your wait time? How was your customer experience with the registration staff? So we are asking these things. We're asking questions that we know we have a locus of control to change and do better. And that ends up being coupled with things like what Member Lopera and Superintendent Skipper said around what are the operational opportunities that might add additional efficiencies and change our timelines to meet families' needs. So it's a combination, obviously, of the operational end, but we are absolutely asking families and needing to understand what their customer experience is like remotely or in person, and how they learned, because being able to have access during their first round is really the best way that we can support our families, making sure that they have the best access to seats.
And the only thing that I would add that's really critical to that work, and thank you, Chief Snyder, for the details, is really thinking about this team and how they respond both culturally and linguistically responsively to families, which is a really key component. So many of the folks that work directly with families are able to communicate in the language of the families, which is really pivotal to this work.
And you're finding that your survey is the best way to go and it receives the highest response rate?
We had a strong response rate this way. Like I said, we've done it in person. We've done it attached to forms. It's interesting. Here's an interesting note. When we had tons of people waiting around to register pre-appointment time before we actually did online appointments, we had captive audience. They're sitting around. We actually had people walking around, sitting down, taking surveys with them while they were waiting. Good news is they no longer have to wait. Wait times are usually 15 or 20 minutes, if any wait time. And so actually the email is a much better follow-up, but we're certainly taking information as people come in. Deputy Superintendent Tavares, myself, other members of AFCA are spending times in centers, listening and learning around what's working as well. And I just want to double down on what Anna mentioned around language capacity. I don't think there's another team out there, and I'm sure someone will throw stones at me for saying that, that really is as culturally and linguistically diverse as the Welcome Center staff. So I think that we're hearing and seeing really good feedback. It's early days, it's day 4, but I want you to know we are really committed to, what is the information? And I think really critical to us is how else can we reach you?
Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me, and I don't want to cover areas that my fellow members have already covered tonight. There's been some great conversation, but as an adjunct to what Dr. Elkins was bringing up, I wanted to also ask about the assignment process as we're now at the beginning of the second half of the school year, right, starting into a new calendar year. And the feedback we get from parents about we as members get from parents about the assignment process is probably equally divided between questions of the schools they actually get as assignments, but also questions about the process, and in particular the timing, and an incredible amount of frustration district-wide at the delays in various steps. Particularly, we want to keep as many, and I know I sound like a broken record because I brought this up before, we want to keep as many students within Boston Public Schools as possible. But when parents have options for charter schools and private schools and parochial schools, and those deadlines are earlier than ours, what are we doing? And I've asked this before, but I'm going to keep asking it. Have we found any ways to continue to cut down the time frame for student assignments, everywhere from kindergarten through high school?
Right. So
yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, so first of all, we see the same thing, Member O'Neill, right? And so I think the K2 is a good example of responding to that need and being able to move that. I think we're now looking at the overall process and timeline, as I was saying earlier, as an attempt to, as we're looking at transportation and changing transportation protocol, because they're so integrated. Same thing with inclusion. They're very, very integrated into the assignment in special education, to be able to make those changes so that all 3 systems are reflective of that. And so, this is going to be the hot topic for the next several years as we're rolling this out, making changes to align them, but to also move them backward. And I don't know, Chief Snyder, if there's any other particular one you want to give besides the K2 or that you're thinking about right now.
You hit the nail on the head. I just wanted to say it was a lot of dedication around moving internal processes to make sure that we could add K2 back into round 1 for exactly that reason. So thank you for raising it.
Okay.
So that's helpful to talk about that. Thank you. But I'm also interested in the high schools because, you know, last year it was fairly new for school leaders to have to ensure that grades were entered for their students. And I know that was an obstacle last year. This is the second or third year of them doing that now, right? So we should, that was a significant portion of the delays, and not only for our exam schools, because that impacts a lot of our other schools as well. And so what are we doing to cut down on those delays based upon learned experience for our high schools? Or 7th and above, I should say.
So I do want to say that there is a work group who has been looking at this for over a year. There are no particularly easy solutions, or, you know, obviously I think we would have doubled down to get them done, but we are looking at some new strategies and are putting together some recommendations for the superintendent, which we plan to have in her inbox by the end of this week. But the reality is we've got to look at what are the requirements for exam school, because it's not just how long it takes to put in grades, it's the reality of things such as we require 2 terms of the current year. The second term, those grades don't get posted until February 11th. That's not even, you know, investigating missing grades. That's February 11th. There is no way in this current timing of that to turn around exam school assignments by March. And of course, what we do for 7th grade in exam school, as you noted, completely impacts all of our 7th graders. So we are putting together a proposal, looking at some of those options. It is top of mind and a huge priority for all of us. We feel that pain a lot. And it really is going to come down to some very operational decisions, as well as, you know, looking at what those requirements are for exam school policy admissions.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Superintendent, I have a question with regard to the pieces that you were talking about providing more after school and, you know, school year programming during the breaks. My other question is, where are we now with the reinstallment of before and after school surround care programming in general at our elementary school levels?
Yeah. So I think, like, in terms of the first part of the question, Chair, this is something that much like we're trying to align with the business community around building out a menu for the business interactions and partnerships with our various schools, we need to be doing that same level of coordination when it comes to the nonprofits and community orgs. We're surrounded by community orgs and nonprofits that are doing great things with and want to for students, but the disconnect is getting the students to them, right, in a uniformed and a systemic way. So a systems-based way. So this is going to be the work, probably with a lot of planning throughout the spring. We want to bring Boston and Beyond in to have this conversation, since they have such a good system for the summer months. And I think we can use something like it to be able to build, to create that match. And we will probably do a very similar process to what we're proposing to do with the business community with an RFP, to be able to really start to build that menu out. I'm not concerned with filling the menu as much as I am developing the menu, being clear for parents what's available, where it's available. And then obviously transportation becomes, you know, one of the things that we have to look at, you know, if there's any impact to the transportation system, or if we try to do it so that when students are arriving back to their neighborhood, we try to build the menu up within the neighborhood. So this is going to be something we focus on. We know that our students spend about 20% of their waking hours with us. That's it. The rest of the time is spent outside of school, right? And it's spent on the weekends and it's spent during the summer. Even the summer programming, one of the things we're working hard at is access for special education and multilingual learners. So that when we say we offer opportunities for all students. And so that is something that's our summer goal, is to expand access for special education and MLE population in additional overall seats. And then at the same time, we'll begin to set our goals for the broader programming. I'm just gonna ask Denise on the surround care. any particular update on that for Chair?
Sorry, I do not have any update on that at this time. I think we would need to gather. You mentioned one big strategy, which is the work we're doing with Boston After School and Beyond. And it's also just looking at additional partners and funding sources and mapping out a plan, but I don't have, I apologize, I don't have additional info.
Yeah, I think the other is the mixed delivery. This is something we're looking at with the K0s, you know, and the K1s is the mixed delivery system within the city. So working with Kristen McSwain around what's possible for the youngest, since, you know, when we think about the childcare piece, it's often the youngest learners, right, that the parents are really struggling to find. So that is a hot topic, both of the K0 seats. We just got some initial data back, which I know Kristen is intending to present around the K1. And the good news there is that, you know, the expansion of mixed delivery and our seatage has really resulted in a good coverage. What we need to now work backward on is the K0s, and then the acknowledgement that the 6.5 hour is not enough, that we have to be looking at the before and the after. So we'll try to get a report, you know, some additional details for you, Chair, for the next meeting on that.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
My other question is a little bit more, I'm just trying to get a little bit more clarity around the safety, that those 18 positions. And my question was, given the feedback, I know we have not had a formal report yet to the school committee, but listening in on the CERT, I wasn't clear whether we're talking about 18 positions, or are we talking about creating a system that will do the things we need to provide greater support to our students as they transition from school elsewhere, whatever. But, you know, are we, because I'm concerned whether we are pushing our issues around wanting to employ 18 specific individuals to do jobs, or are we really stepping back to say what really is the problem that we have to solve? And this could be part of it, or maybe not.
Sure. So Chief Kelton, I'll let you start, and then I will I'll give my side of the answer there.
Yeah, so I think our initial thought was around staying with the network, the regional model that we've established under Superintendent Skipper. But, you know, I think part of what is so valuable about getting community feedback and having the CERT process and the racial equity planning tool process is that it allows us as a school district to feel some discomfort and some pushback, and really allows us to hear where we may be short-sighted and, you know, think about what the strategy is that we are trying to do rather than focusing on the personnel. So I think for us, what we've really heard across different groups of stakeholders is there needs to be more spaces for our young people and for our families to have access to trauma-informed support, to have access to mental health and physical health care resources, and, you know, to really have restorative spaces for that to happen. That can easily translate into the classroom and easily translate into school-based staff, continuing that process and having sort of that seamless type of support that extends beyond the walls of the school, but then easily back into the classroom.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would add, and Deputy DePina, I think you said, I think you want to add something here.
Yeah, it's important to also note that this cross-functional approach also includes our partners at the city. So we're working in collaboration with them to look at this as a whole citywide strategy. And with some opportunities and with this proposal, we'll be going to the city to help support us with this model. So this is additional resource that we'll be asking from the city to bring on board. So we're working closely with them and a lot of colleagues from BCYF, from Boston Housing Authority, to the Office of Black Male Advancement, and they're also helping contribute to help us frame how this should work and ought to look. So this is also a joint venture that we're doing with the city that we neglected to mention earlier, and a lot of the resources will be coming from the city as we finalize this proposal.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, and I would just I guess what I would say is, I think sometimes positions that work on a city agency side don't work as easily on a district side. And I think what's been critical and is critical is for our community to feel that they can offer their feedback and their opinion, and have that be reflected in the end result. And so I think the exercise of sort of looking at the job descriptions as they had existed, and then thinking about, as a district, what do we need? And as a community, what do we want? And now going to that next level of including stakeholders like students and parents, I think what we'll end up coming out with is a much more polished product that is going to represent the need of the students and the community. So, sometimes it's difficult to go through that process, but it is so critical to go through the process, and for us to gain the trust that from the community that we're serious about taking that feedback and have that be reflected in the end result. And I think that's what this safety, the safety and student support committee of stakeholders is committed to doing. So with that said, I think, at day's end, everything will be in the final product that we put forward. And there's more feedback that is being sought right now until we get to that point. To Sam's point, this is something that isn't currently in the budget. This is something that we would be asking for the city's support of, recognizing that it's outside, it's not just during school hours, but it's also filling the need of, creating that connection in the outside hours, right? Which is where, we're seeing our students struggle the most at times.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Maida?
Just piggybacking off what Ms. Robinson said. Actually, I'm not sure if it's piggybacking. I don't know. But I heard you say we need to make sure there's accountability. So what I'm gonna ask is, what are we doing to make sure there's accountability, that what is being said is actually being taken into account?
Right. So it's a great question. So it will be, because I think we'll be able to point to the changes that are reflected in the job descriptions and the concept, the model, that we've heard the community, we've heard our students, we've heard our parents, we've heard our community advocates, and that's actually reflected in the language we use, both in designing the model of support of the connection positions, but also on the jobs themselves.
Can I just add a clarification?
Sure.
So say when these jobs get up and running,
Yep.
right? When at that point, when the families offer advice to these liaisons, there also needs to be a system in place at that point to make sure there's listening occurring, and not, because it often feels like, yeah, I hear you, I'm not listening though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a difference between hearing and listening, right? Yeah. So right. And I think you're right. I think if we do move forward with a model, and there are these positions, then I think what we will also want to do is we will want to have opportunity, as the folks that are in the staff who are in the positions are working with our young people, working with our families, we're going to want to continue to get feedback to make sure that those positions are doing what the families and the students need them to. So it's a continuous check, Meta, I think. Here you go.
There you go. Okay. Mr. Cardet Hernandez?
I am listening to this. I'm thinking sort of two things, and I don't want to belabor the conversation, though at the same time that feels cheap because it matters deeply, obviously. I guess I have two questions. One, I think there's just like a sort of global recognition that like there was like a real foul here, and that there were sort of like steps of the process that people need, particularly at a time of what feels like increased safety issues at school, and also a mistrust around the way the city uses information to police kids, for whatever that means for folks, given sort of the historical implications. And so like, given both of those things, increase in safety issues and like lingering mistrust around our values and sort of what we think sort of constitutes concern, and then how to react to that concern, there's like a lesson learned here just around like the process we have to go through, particularly right now, is like tensions are appropriately hot. And I think there's probably just like an acknowledgement of that I think maybe, at least from what I'm hearing, feels like is missing in this. Like we're sort of stepping into the next step and we're going to go through this process without sort of the like sort of full acknowledgement of the foul. And then, so I'm just sort of naming that as a member of the school committee, because I feel that in the sort of outreach that I've gotten individually about this. And then I guess the second question I have, and just wondering this from my experience in government, were we trying to, and this may help me understand the foul, like, were we trying to take an existing piece of the workforce and move them into a new role? Or was this like really new headcount that we were going to tap folks who had never been in city government before in any sort of way?
Superintendent, if I can.
Sure.
So the gist of what we're trying to do here is to create positions where people apply for, there's a screening process, and that we hire the best suitable candidates that meet the job description. That's a short answer to the latter part of your question. The former part of your question, I would say over the years, we've been really trying to really hear and understand and put in actions into place that address the foul that you described, because some folks do feel that there is an awkward policing that goes on in the district and how we coordinate with Boston Police, and just have a lot of mistrust around that. So I think with some of the policies that we put into place last year that we're carrying over now and that we're reviewing under Superintendent Skipper, we're going to continue to make those strides in making sure we work closely with Boston Police without over-policing our students. We want to work closely with our colleagues in law enforcement without overstepping those boundaries. So with these particular positions, we want to make sure that they're focused on engaging with students, engaging with parents, engaging with school student support teams, and leaving the work with the coordination with Boston Police out of it altogether, because we have other avenues for that. So these particular positions, we're really keenly aware, and based on the feedback we heard, it needs to be around students, mentoring students, supporting students, connecting families with resources, and connecting community with schools. So that's the primary focus where we're driving the model now based on the feedback that we heard.
And is just one more follow-up here to the second part of my question. Is there like a piece of the workforce that we were trying to convert or tap that we thought this might be the right fit? Or was it really like 18 new headcount, which I think, you know, for me raises different concerns given the sort of greater staffing crisis and the complexity we've experienced as an organization to create new headcount, fill that headcount, in addition to the looming sort of gap in other areas.
Yeah, no, I would say that we wanted to align whatever we did to the regional structure. And what we heard and learned from the design team and the initial thinking was that we needed a day component and an evening component. So we figured the best way to do that was to have, well, so many day components per region and so many night per region. So 18 number pretty much derived from that concept and model. So there wasn't any kind of mystery or super analytical analysis that we did to derive at 18. We just basically wanted to make sure we had enough positions in the day and evening components per network.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, I'll now entertain a motion to receive the superintendent's report. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes,
Thank you. The report is approved unanimously.
thank you. We'll now move on to general public comment. Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you, Chair. The public comment period is an opportunity for parents, caregivers, students, and other concerned parties to make brief presentations to the school committee on pertinent school issues. Questions on specific school matters are not answered at this time, but are referred to the superintendent for a later response. Questions on specific policy matters are not answered at this time, but may be the subject of later discussion by the committee. We have 22 speakers this evening. Each person will have 2 minutes to speak, and I will remind you when you have 30 seconds remaining. Those who require interpretation services will receive an additional 2 minutes. Speakers may not reassign their time to others. Large groups addressing the same topic are encouraged to consolidate their remarks or choose a spokesperson to provide testimony. Written testimony is appreciated and encouraged. Please state your name, affiliation, and what neighborhood you are from before you begin. Please direct your comments to the chair and refrain from addressing individual school committee members or district staff. When I call your name, please raise your hand virtually in Zoom. Also, please make sure you're signed into Zoom with the same name that you used to sign up for public comment. And that will allow us to identify you when it's your turn to testify. Our first speakers this evening are Michael Heischman, Nancy Lesson, Sarah Horsley, Elizabeth Ferenz, Lauren Peter, and Mimi Lai. If you could please raise your hands virtually. Michael Heischman. Is Mr. Heischman with us?
Gosh, you would think I would know by now. Sorry about that. Happy New Year. Mike Heischman, Beja, Dorchester. Once again, thank you for naming a school after Mel King. Mel said, "Love is the question, love is the answer." Since I'm addressing educators, I will add, teach love. Healthcare experts had warned you that COVID-19 would get worse after Thanksgiving. FAMCOSA had asked you to have mandatory masking. Instead, you chose policies that welcomed the virus into our buildings. Healthcare experts again warned you that COVID-19 would get worse after the December holidays. FAMCOSA again asked you to have mandatory masking. Instead, you decided to encourage our children to wear masks. Once again, you have failed in your most important job, which is to protect the health and lives of our children and their educational workers. Will you next encourage our children to go to school and permit them not to attend? Will you encourage our children to use their words? And will it now be okay if they decide to use their fists? The BPS has decided to encourage our children to wear masks. Our children have your permission to spread illness and death in our schools and community. Encourage? What are you teaching our children? You lack wisdom and courage. You play politics and pander to public opinion infected by mass psychoses instead of protecting health and lives. When you require that our children receive vaccinations, when you choose to provide HVAC systems for all of our schools instead of cameras and metal detectors, When we require that our children, educators, and school visitors wear masks in our schools, you are teaching our children that you love them. And when our children are fully vaccinated and wear their masks, you teach them that they too are teaching love. BPS, teach our children love. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Lesson.
I'm Nancy Lesson, Jamaica Plain, grandmother of 4 BPS students, mother of a BPS educator, member of BPS Families for COVID Safety. FEMCOSA urged BPS to institute universal masking after the Thanksgiving break, but BPS chose not to. After Thanksgiving, school COVID cases rose sharply. COVID is not the flu. Since last October, 14,000 have died in the US from flu. Over 2.5 times as many, 36,000, have died from COVID. XBB 1.5 is here, the most transmissible variant yet, most able to evade immunity from vaccine and prior infection. FEMCOSA implored BPS to institute universal masking following the winter holidays, but BPS chose to ask for rather than require masks. Widespread anecdotal reports reveal most aren't masking. BPS's COVID cases are again rising sharply. Students with COVID suffer learning loss. Educators lose days from class. A shortage of substitutes has stopgap measures affecting entire classrooms. Infections are brought home to multi-generational households with elderly and medically vulnerable relatives. BPS families are a majority Black, brown, and low income communities most deeply affected by this pandemic. These losses and illnesses are a racial equity issue. Last Friday, Suffolk County entered CDC's high transmission COVID category. UMass Boston and Chelsea Public Schools quickly instituted mask mandates beginning last Monday, not BPS. The data is clear. School masking works. The study published in the New England Journal last November showed that continuing required school masking last spring in Boston and Chelsea for 15 weeks longer than neighboring districts likely prevented 12,000 COVID cases and more than 20,000 absences compared to the mask optional districts. In the words of FEMCOSA co-founder Suleika Soto, we simply do not understand why UMass Boston and Chelsea Public Schools care more about their students, staff, and families than BPS cares about ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Horsley.
Sarah Horsley, Jamaica Plain, BPS parent, BPS Families for COVID Safety. FEMCOSA is dismayed by BPS's failure to institute required masking during the current COVID surge. We urge BPS and Mayor Wu to reconsider this decision. On January 6th, the CDC placed Suffolk County in its high transmission COVID category, which means that they recommend masking indoors. Chelsea Public Schools and UMass Boston, where I teach, took the CDC guidance to heart and issued masking requirements. In contrast, BPS has a confusing and ineffective policy of an expectation to mask. What we have heard from families is different from what the superintendent observed. Despite the expectation, most students and staff have not been masking. In contrast, we have clear data from our own city on the effectiveness of masking requirements. The Boston Public Health Commission co-authored a study published in the New England Journal of Medicine showing that Boston and Chelsea school districts reduced COVID transmission by keeping mask mandates in place compared to other districts that lifted masking. Masking requirements can include flexibility. Accommodations can be made for kids who have challenges with being able to mask. The goal is to maximize the number of people masking and the amount of time that people are masked. We, FEMCOSA, agrees with the Boston Health Commission that masking requirements also advance racial equity. We hope that Mayor Wu and BPS will back up your stated commitment to equity with action by implementing a masking requirement during this surge. Finally, we have 2 questions. How is BPS actually tracking whether this expectation is successful in protecting people from in-school transmission? And when will BPS begin sending home 2 rapid tests every week? It's urgent to increase testing, especially if you're going to refuse to require masking. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Ferenz.
Hi, good evening. My name is Elizabeth Ferenz. I'm a parent at the Charles Sumner Elementary School and a Roslindale resident. I'm also co-chair of our Sumner Family Council. While we were energized by the November 17th Roslindale community meeting and learning that our school would be moving into the renovated Irving building, we want to ensure that we keep moving forward together. Tonight, 13 Sumner parents will be testifying about the lack of family engagement concerning the proposed Sumner-Philbrook merger and related renovation of the former Irving Middle School. Recently, BPS has made a conscious effort to re-engage families through a series of Green New Deal listening sessions, which we deeply appreciate. However, outside of those sessions, BPS has been slow to connect with Sumner and Philbrook families. We've not been put in touch with the BPS project manager for the merger. Emails that went out right after the announcement of the merger were never answered. And concerning the Irving building renovation itself, we've reached out to the Public Facilities Department only for them to tell us that BPS needs to authorize them to talk to us, which hasn't yet happened. We use Globe reporters to communicate our concerns, but then the response we get in print is, quote, "You can't please everyone." We don't expect all of our requests to be met. We aren't asking to be pleased. We're asking that we and all similarly impacted schools are engaged in the planning process as partners with BPS. Tonight, 13 of us will testify because we don't yet have regularly scheduled team meetings about this merger. We've heard recently that the schedule is being made and we're thrilled, but we have heard that before and then the meetings have never materialized. We're asking for a written commitment to regularly scheduled meetings. Our 26 meetings of testimony approximates the length of a BPS meeting that we're still waiting to have. We deeply apologize to the school committee that we keep having to return and testify. We would much prefer that BPS honor its commitments and engage with our communities directly and continuously in this process and in all BPS decision-making. BPS must and can do better under the new leadership of the current mayor and superintendent. Tonight, we're going to outline our concerns and our questions. We appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lauren Peter.
Hello, my name is Lauren Peter. I'm a parent at the Sumner and a Roslindale resident. I'm advocacy chair for the Sumner Family Council. Our community needs stability. We need to understand the process, key deadlines, and proposed timelines so that we can get down to the business of merging 2 disparate school communities. The problem is that we keep hearing one thing and then something else happens. At the Green New Deal community meeting held at the Irving Building on November 17th, 2022, 2 possible timelines for the renovation of the Irving and the merger of the Sumner-Philbrook were shared with us. The first option showed the Sumner and the Philbrook merging before the renovation in the Sumner and Philbrook buildings. The second option showed the Philbrook and the Sumner merging after the renovation, most likely in 2 years. Recently, we have heard from 2 sources that the merger timeline has been accelerated to the 24-25 school year. This is an abrupt change. These kind of abrupt changes are destabilizing. Another example of timelines changing. At a December 13th City Council hearing, the following was said. Sumner parent, can design meetings start in the first week of the new year? BPS official, our goal is to have design meetings start next week. The week of 12/19. You'll be able to have those conversations in the design meetings next week. Councillor Mejia, and that's on the record? BPS official, that's on the record. That meeting never happened. We hear that a schedule of bi-weekly design meetings is in the works. This is great. But based on our past experience with being promised design team meetings and them never materializing, we really need to see the schedule. It's important that BPS be the driving force behind these meetings Both the Sumner and the Philbrook are wonderful and vibrant in their own right. Both have things to gain and lose in this merger. A mediator will be required to keep the process as equitable as possible, to ensure that the children and the future of this new community are kept centered in every conversation. We've been told repeatedly that we need to drive this conversation forward, but I don't think that this is a reasonable ask in a potentially contentious situation if we're going to be set up to succeed. I thank you for your time and your attention. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mimi Lai, followed by Justin Viglianti, Rachel Young, Rosie Hosking, and Megan Devoren. If you can please raise your hands virtually. Mimi Lai.
Hi, my name is Mimi Lai. I am a parent at the Sumner and a Rosendale resident. I run a Facebook group called Boston Parents Navigating BPS K0, K1, and K2, which has over 1,700 members. Our main goal is to recruit families to BPS. I've run this group for 2 years, and I'm convinced this lottery process is making it so communities of color are more likely to deal with lower enrollment. That means in the coming years, they will more likely have to endure the disruption of school mergers. The main school choice season runs from now until early February. It's a crucial time to buttress BPS enrollment. Prospective parents are nervous about the uncertainty surrounding mergers in the Green New Deal. Information is difficult to find, so I work hard to be reassuring and positive. So based on an email sent from the superintendent, I've been telling parents that the Sumner and Philbrook will likely merge after the renovations. But I recently heard the merger may happen earlier. I understand enrollment and budget considerations take priority, but families have the right to know how broader BPS decisions impact their lives. This is especially important for the Philbrook community, which prides itself on its small school culture. Look, I'm a BPS graduate. I do all this recruiting work gladly for free because I'm grateful to BPS. I was raised in the projects by a single mother who spoke no English, and BPS helped me escape poverty. I sincerely believe BPS can do great things. But I do talk to other BPS parents throughout the city, and sometimes I hear about, let's just say, really rough transitions, which could have been avoided with proper planning and collaboration. So if you effectively engage with the Sumner and Philbrook communities to smoothly figure out these mergers ahead of time, that would instill confidence in BPS. These mergers will be the greatest shakeup of BPS in our lifetimes. So please, let's work together to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Justin Viglianti.
Hello, my name is Justin Viglianti. I'm a parent at the Sumner and a Rosendale resident. I'm also an architect specializing in K-12 education buildings here in Boston and the surrounding Massachusetts community. The design group meetings that my fellow parents discussed are especially critical concerning the Irving renovation because we have many questions about the current design. We have asked to meet with the Public Facilities Department and have sent 2 emails to the project team within PFD. The first email was sent on November 21st, immediately following the community-wide meeting at the Irving. The second email was sent a month later. We haven't received any response from either. In our second email, we shared concerns with the current design. As a critical example, there are not enough kindergarten classrooms in the current design. The Sumner alone has 3 K1 classrooms and 4 K2 classrooms, but the current design only has 6 kindergarten classrooms total. The design really should include additional kindergarten classrooms so we can expand our K1 program, which is consistently full. More generally, several of the classrooms are undersized by Massachusetts school buildings guidelines, which are exemplary of 21st century learning environments. And of the classrooms that do fall within acceptable standards, many are no larger than Sumner's existing classrooms. Another concern regards inclusion education. As BPS reevaluates its inclusion classroom model and size and develops new guidelines, we worry that the Irving renovation will already be substandard, and it will already be under construction as these design guidelines begin to roll out. Lastly, the Irving renovation is a keystone project of the Green New Deal, yet we know very little of the proposed sustainable initiatives. We hear that the HVAC system will replace a relatively new 15-year-old gas boiler system, and the new system is going to still rely on fossil fuels. We ask BPS to resume design group meetings so we can discuss these issues directly with PFD and the project's architect. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel Young.
Hi, can everyone hear and see me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I don't have the greatest internet connection. My name is Rachel Young. I'm a Roslindale resident and a Sumner parent. I recently attended the kickoff family engagement session at the Bowling Building, and I know many of you were there as well. I showed up a little early, and so just by luck, I had the opportunity to strike up a conversation with the gentleman seated next to me, who, as it turns out, was one of the DLR consultants. That's the firm that's working on the design guidelines for BPS. So we got to talking, and I was able to tell him about all the difficulties that we're having right now with the Sumner and Philbrook merger. And it was funny because he started taking notes on a Post-it pad, and then as soon as he realized I had so much to say, transitioned to writing in his notebook. And after about 20 minutes, he sighed and he looked at me sympathetically. And to cut the tension, you know, he joked, "I get it. You want to do more than just pick out the paint colors." So the meeting started, and part of it was a panel of BPS parents who had experiences with Build BPS. It was a little staged. You had the moderator cutting off the only reproving panelist. The one Spanish-speaking panelist had their words mistranslated, and so their criticisms came across seeming more mild than they actually were. But the best part, or maybe the worst part, was when a Quincy dad, beaming, he was smiling, was so happy that he got to pick out the paint colors at his new school. It took all I could to just contain my anger inside of me. And I looked over at the consultant sitting next to me and watched him write paint colors in all caps, huge letters, and circle it in Sharpie.
20 seconds.
I don't know what to tell you, except if we're going to re-envision family engagement, we need to dispense with these old, selective, superficial definitions of the term. We need to stop avoiding the meetings where we might hear hard truths. We need to stop just engaging families that are okay with the status quo. Family engagement is more about just picking out the paint colors.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rosie Hosking.
Hello, good evening. My name is Rosie Hosking. I'm a parent at the Sumner and a Roslindale resident. I'm a member of the School Site Council. I'm also a naturalized citizen, attracted to the Boston area by its stellar biomedical research reputation. My family has chosen to stay in the city despite the common habit of expat scientists moving to the cities and towns surrounding Boston for the schools. I truly believe Boston has the capacity to make its schools, like its higher education reputation, nationally recognized as exceptional for all of its children. I am very excited by the prospect of a state-of-the-art building for the Sumner and Philbrook students to move into when the Irving renovation is complete. Many families, including mine, were hesitant to send children to BPS during the pandemic due to the lack of up-to-date HVAC systems in 100-year-old buildings. Yet more families leave BPS for charter schools, which have gleaming new facilities throughout the city. I attended the November community-wide Green New Deal presentation at the Irving in November. As a community, we were relieved that that meeting came to pass, but more needs to happen to make sure that BPS fulfills their commitment to family engagement. We have a lot to offer. In addition to resuming design group meetings for the Irving, We are also asking for 2 or 3 community-wide meetings this spring, one led by the architect, like for other BPS and city capital projects, one focused on the sustainability initiatives of the project, and the HVAC engineer should be present, and importantly, one for the other 4 Roslindale schools to participate in as well. Will some of them be asked to merge, perhaps moving into the 15 Basili Street building that has a recently installed $1 million playground and which ought not to fall into disuse? Community meetings should also be structured to allow ample time for questions and answers. At the November meeting, only 12 parents were able to ask questions.
That's
Many
awesome.
more wanted to speak but could not. All of these meetings should be scheduled with enough advance notice for school liaisons to reach out to their communities in multiple languages and various media, with options to attend in person or by Zoom. I
Thank
look
you,
forward
Ms.
to
Hosking.
attending those meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Megan Devoren. Megan will be followed by Kyriakos Kalaitzidis, Patrick Sewell, Elizabeth Costello, Katie Hayes Mendoza, Allison Friedman, and Jess Manna. If you could please raise your hands virtually. Megan?
Sorry, some technical difficulties with my phone here. My name is Megan Davrin. I'm a parent at the Sumner. I live in Roslindale, and I'm a proud lifelong resident of Boston. The Sumner community is asking BPS to lead with equity and to meaningfully engage with our diverse community. The school serves a diverse and high-need student population. Half of our families speak a language other than English at home, predominantly Spanish. Many of our students' caregivers work multiple jobs, including shifts in the evening, making attending a weekday meeting at 6 p.m. nearly impossible. The families most able to attend meetings with the district have been disproportionately white, as reflected in the speakers from our school here tonight. But we know that all the families across the entire spectrum of the Sumner community care deeply about the future of our school and their students and would like to participate more directly. Unfortunately, our Spanish-speaking families and families who work the evening shift have the most challenges in accessing meetings scheduled by the district to learn about the proposals, ask questions directly, and share their feedback. We ask BPS to take action to address that. In the past, we've asked you to host a meeting in which Spanish is the primary language. For a brief moment this fall, the district had scheduled a Spanish language meeting for a Saturday morning. We were excited, we publicized it extensively. It was canceled at the last minute due to the larger Roslindale community meeting and never rescheduled. While we applaud the original effort, we really hope to see it again moving forward in this planning process. We urge BPS to increase opportunities for varied times of day, varied days of the week, and we ask that meetings be held in a hybrid format so that families can participate fully remotely via Zoom. We've heard a lot of positive things from the district over the past year about equity and transparency. It's time to show through action what that actually means. Please meaningfully engage with all of our families, especially our Spanish-speaking families. We want to partner with you to identify strategies that work for the Sumner community and all other Roslindale schools moving forward.
Thank you. Our next speaker
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kyriakos Kalaitzidis. Could you please accept the prompt? Okay, he's not accepting the prompt, so we will invite Patrick Sewell.
Thank you. My name is Patrick Sewell, and I'm a parent at Charles Sumner and a Roslindale resident. I'm also a partner with Boston Public Schools. Every Sumner parent that's here tonight is a partner. We all have the same interest in mind. We want to commit to providing the best education to all the students in Roslindale and in Boston. We're here as critics, as vocal critics, because we know that BPS can do better. You can do better by allowing us to roll up our sleeves, to meet Boston Public Schools in person and solve the problems before us together. We're professionals. Many of us, as you've heard, are skilled professionals on this subject. But more importantly, we're parents who care. We're the parents who champion BPS, who advocate for it and promote it, who talk and recruit other parents to participate. And we're advocates for its mission to provide equitable and inclusive, high-quality education. But those partnerships sour when we're told that we cannot help solve problems. Because we're the parents that care, we fight not just for our kids' school, but we fight for public education and BPS's reputation. But when we're told that we cannot be involved and problems go unsolved, we're tempted to leave and focus our efforts elsewhere, and that absence would leave a void. So please respond to our request, return these design meetings, and provide us with a transparent and honest process. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Costello.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Costello, and I'm a parent at the Sumner and a Roslindale resident. We were delighted to get a K-1 placement at the Sumner for our oldest daughter, and she is now thriving in this first grade. We've been amazed with the staff, the opportunities for students, and the vibrant parent community. And we hope our 2-year-old, who's sitting on my lap, will be able to attend the Sumner starting in K-1. Yes, Quinny, as well. As is the case for many families in Boston, housing is a primary concern for our family. We are making our small condo work for now because we absolutely love our neighbors, many of whom attend the Sumner as well. But we would like more space one day, so we're constantly asking the question, do we stay in Roslindale? Followed very quickly by, but what will the Sumner look like in the future? Will our girls have to attend school at 2 different campuses, and for how long? While we love our neighborhood and our school, sometimes the effort involved in being a BPS parent is frankly too much. We have many friends and families, friends and neighbors who are veteran BPS parents, and we see what is in store for us. This weighs heavily on our decision to stay in Boston and with BPS. We are here tonight, not because we disagree on decisions BPS is making, but BPS can't really seem to make decisions or stick with them. We're here tonight not because BPS doesn't agree with our suggestions, but because BPS doesn't seem to listen to our suggestions. And this is all very exhausting and dispiriting. We've been asking for regular design group meetings with BPS since July. We keep hearing that they're in the works, but we are waiting to see them actually happen. It really seems like BPS is just running out the clock and postponing these meetings until it will be too late to incorporate our thoughts. In a gesture of goodwill in the new year, we ask that you please resume our design group meetings, and please help give current and prospective BPS parents a break from the constant uncertainty. Thank you. I also wanted to add that Kyriakos was not, who was trying to speak before, his Zoom was frozen, but he should be available now if you're able to let him speak after me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katie Hayes Mendoza.
All right, there we go. Hi, everybody. My name is Katie Mendoza Hayes. I'm a Sumner parent, a West Roxbury resident, and I'm also a Boston Public School graduate. I have 2 young children at the Sumner, both of who will benefit from the completion of the Irving renovation, as will many, many others. I have a vested interest in what their new classrooms will look like, what their cafeteria and gym will look like, where they will spend the majority of their time every week. Yet I know very little about what these new classrooms, cafeteria, and gym will look like, and for me, that is a problem. I attended November's community meeting at the Irving, and I left with many questions. BPS gave a long presentation, but it lacked in concrete information, specifically about racial equity and how our new home at the Irving will mitigate the harms caused by the merger. We have asked for the racial equity planning tool in July. We understand it was completed in September, but we have not been provided a copy. We have even filed a public records request, but BPS has claimed privilege. Because BPS has yet to share their racial equity planning tool, I would like the school committee to take a look at our own preliminary equity analysis. This was disseminated to you in an email from Elizabeth Sullivan. This chart shows a merger the Sumner and the Philbrook will segregate poor BIPOC students in one disproportionately large school in Rosendale. Segregation is never equitable. Merging our schools will address short-term budget shortfalls and staffing needs, but a newly renovated building is only first step in redressing harms caused by systemic racism in our school district. We need to know how BPS plans to mitigate the harm this merger will cause. I'm trying my best to stay informed, but this is challenging when BPS shares so little information. I find I'm learning more about the proposed merger, not from BPS, but from other BPS parents. The racial equity analysis is one example. I do not ask for much, but I ask that you please resume the design group meetings, share the racial equity planning tool and BPS's plans to mitigate the harms this merger will cause. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Allison Friedman.
My name is Allison Friedman, and I'm a parent at the Sumner. I want to make sure that the Shaw and the Taylor are also listened to and given a clear timeline in their merger process. The Shaw community sent the following questions to BPS, and they haven't gotten any answers, and they deserve these answers. How does the Shaw-Taylor merger specifically advance the Green New Deal for BPS initiative? Without the results of the various facilities action plan studies, how was it decided that these mergers are necessary and urgent? How did BPS select which schools to merge? Were other school combinations considered? What are the tangible benefits of the merger for Shaw and Taylor students? Neither the Shaw nor Taylor building is currently in a condition to provide a quality guarantee to students. In fact, they are two of the buildings with the highest renovation needs. What are the specific improvements that will be made to the schools? What is the budget? What is the timeline? Based on the current enrollment trends, there is enough space in the Shaw building to accommodate grade 6 expansion, at least in the short term until a new renovated school building is available. Why is a single strand school not an option for our community while other single strand schools throughout the district, many with lower concentration of BIPOC and high needs students, aren't being merged? I'll say that we had a very similar list of questions for the Sumner, and we've gotten answers to some of those questions, and we'd like to see our friends at the Shaw and the Taylor get those same kind of answers. And to emphasize how emotional school mergers are, I'm going to read the words of a Shaw parent named Brenda Ramsey. For my little one in 2nd grade at the Shaw, this is the only school she has known. We are a family who has struggled with housing insecurity, and it's because of the Shaw that I can say that I'm in an apartment where my windows are being fixed. They are truly a community that one dreams of.
Ms. Friedman?
Yep.
I'm afraid you're past your 2 minutes. We have other speakers waiting. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Our next speaker is Jess Manna.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jess Manna, and I am a Rosendale resident and Sumner parent. I chose Boston and BPS for the diversity. I chose the Sumner for the staff, the specials, the before and after school program, and the amazing community. We are all here to stay, and we are advocates for BPS. It would be great to see us treated as allies instead of as enemies. We represent the parents who will stay in BPS long-term, but we need you to understand the lack of transparency and lack of long-term planning will negatively impact enrollment. You need to do better. Instead of continuing with a lack of engagement and lack of transparency and communication about this merger, do it right. Do it so well that this merger process can be used as a model for future mergers. Do it so well that you gain the trust of community members currently saying, BPS for my kid, Absolutely not. I believe BPS can do better. BPS can honor the promises made at the November Green New Deal meeting and allow the Sumner and Philbrook to choose merger after the Irving renovation is complete and hold both schools harmless during this time period. Or BPS can be completely transparent with the entire Sumner and Philbrook communities within the next few days if you are moving forward with the 24-25 timeline that we have heard about and planning for our students to be split between the Sumner and the Irving while it continues to be renovated.
30 seconds.
Our ability to build a relationship with the Philbrook and merge our two communities in a meaningful way is dependent on transparency with this decision. Engage us in substance decision-making and share information in a regular and timely manner. Resume bi-weekly design group meetings. Organize community meetings, including Spanish-only meetings, and share the racial equity planning tool. Reach out to the Shaw and Taylor communities and give them the attention they deserve. And to the members of the school committee, demand better, and please do not accept a continued lack of engagement and lack of transparency. Please do not sanction any proposed mergers or budgets without BPS's commitment to do better by its families.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Elise Pector, Ruby Reyes, Cheryl Buckman, and Stacy Kramer. If you could all please raise your hands virtually. Elise?
Hi, my name's Elise Pector. I live in Jamaica Plain. I have a grandchild in Boston Schools. I'm a member of FAMCOSA. I appreciate the superintendent's update on COVID flu after the winter break, but so many questions remain. We actually need to see the patterns and trends of the attendance data, not just the numbers of absent staff and students on 4 days. I asked the school committee to ask the superintendent to prepare those data for analysis. Suffolk County is still in the CDC red zone for COVID transmission. A surge was predicted, yet Boston Public Schools limited guidance to asking and expecting students and staff to wear masks. We know from the research done last year that voluntary masking does not prevent COVID as well as mandatory masking. The masking recommendation was confusing. It did not appear different than the recommendation before the break. And it wasn't communicated well, so that it wasn't even implemented the same way in every school and every classroom, so that children from one family might meet different in-school recommendations. In the meantime, indoor air quality in the Boston schools remains poor. Just looking at Monday and Tuesday of this week, over 9 schools had carbon dioxide levels over high 2000. In 4 of those schools, levels were over 4,000 parts per million. That high carbon dioxide is an indicator that the ventilation is bad. If ventilation is bad, there's a greater risk of catching airborne infectious diseases. And poor air quality means learning is more difficult also. I think it's really important to use masking, especially when the ventilation is poor, and to continue to make the schools better for ventilation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruby Reyes.
My name is Ruby Reyes, and I'm the Executive Director of the Boston Education Justice Alliance and Dorchester Resident. Recently, counselors Aaron Murphy, Michael Flaherty, Frank Baker, and Ed Flynn signed a letter supporting the return of Boston police to schools and increased use of metal detectors. This letter mirrors the disturbing trend of the school district stumbling backwards on school safety. The announcement of 18 new community connections positions that will be targeting specific students and sharing student information with BPD, transit police, and the DA's office is infuriating. In 2018, a student from East Boston High School was deported as a direct result to BPS student information sharing with the BPD. The revised policy for information sharing still has holes. Saying these new positions and information sharing is a feeling and not reality is gaslighting. BPS does not need to be in the dark ages and can invest in 21st century research-based solutions, such as increasing the capacity and staffing of restorative justice practices system-wide, supporting school communities to create healthy cultures through additional professional development and supports for educators and staff, social and emotional supports, and implementing multi-layered tiers of support, but with fidelity. Central office staff doesn't seem to have safety protocols to support students and educators. There doesn't seem to be an overall focus on violence prevention. As we move into budget season, we urge the school committee to think about what vital services students have been deprived of over the years. Things like restorative justice practices are implemented at some schools, whereas metal detectors and cameras are implemented in others. These inequities exacerbate the criminalization of some students, mostly Black and Latino, rather than producing a high-quality education. As COVID cases rise, we continue to urge BPS leadership to institute a universal masking policy, not as a suggestion, but as a requirement, such as those implemented by UMass Boston and Chelsea Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cheryl Buckman.
My name is Cheryl Buckman. I'm a parent of a 4th grade special needs student who attends the Dever Elementary. I'm a resident of South Boston and a member of FAMCOSA. My son and myself both suffer from asthma and a rare genetic blood disorder that makes it harder for us to fight off any type of infection. I'm at home currently recovering from complications from neck surgery, and my son is afraid of bringing COVID home and passing it onto myself or his ill grandmother. We are in the season that the health providers have called this a triple-demic. BPS has failed to listen to those communities that have been most impacted by COVID. They failed to make significant mitigation efforts. BPS has issued before the break was over a letter that asked and expected all students to wear and staff to wear a mask instead of a mandate. Why? Can't we follow suits such as Chelsea, Ann Arbor, and UMass, just to name a few? These schools and universities have issued mandates to protect their students, teachers, and staff from infection. Winter and cold months are here, and so isn't the rise in the wastewater for COVID. Isn't it time now to protect our students, teachers, and staff from infection? COVID cases have nearly tripled since Thanksgiving Christmas break. Suffolk County was placed into high transmission due to rising COVID numbers. According to the CDC, the latest variant, XBB 1.5, makes up for 70% of COVID cases in the Northeast. XBB 1.5 is the most transmissible yet. In Boston, many of our children are from Black and Brown communities that have been most impacted by COVID already. Many students live in multi-generational households. Exposure to this vicious virus means that they can easily spread it at home to members that are at high risk. We know that BPS is committed to making sure students, teachers, and staff in the community are safe and healthy. I believe that BPS can make the right choice and change from an ask or an expectation to a mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stacy Kramer.
Yeah. Did that work? Sorry, I'm really technically challenged. Thank you so much for letting me speak. I really do appreciate this opportunity. So I'm Stacy Kramer. I live in the Back Bay, and I am a parent of one child, and a BPS child who goes to O'Brien. And I am here to talk about the boys' bathrooms. kids are scared to go to the bathroom. Lots of kids are really, really scared. They don't know if they're going to get jumped. They don't know if they're going to get attacked. The bathroom doors are kept open so as to make sure bad things don't happen, I imagine. But there's feces on the walls, on the floor. It's really disturbing. And with the door open, then a classroom is right next to it and they can hear everything. People are scared they're going to get videoed in the bathroom. The urinals don't have guards. It's a disaster. And I can't believe that kids have to spend the whole day there, and that I don't know how they can learn if they're this uncomfortable. And it's no environment that anyone should actually live in, let alone our kids. And we expect them to grow and learn, and this is not right. The bathroom system, I understand why the doors are open and why they're not closed, but that's not okay either. And there is no glass in the bathroom, so there are no mirrors. I'm sure that was an issue at some point too. I think all of these little things they tried to fix the big problem with, it's still a really big problem. And it's a horrible nightmare. And that has to change. It's unacceptable. We can't give this to our kids. It's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Robinson, that concludes our speakers for public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. And thank you to those of you who spoke this evening and shared your perspectives. Your testimony is extremely important to us. Our first action item this evening is grants for approval totaling $403,466. I'll now open it up to the committee for final questions and comments. Mr. Cadet Hernandez.
You're muted.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez.
You're still on mute.
Apologies. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the grant package right now, so I apologize for the delay, but I have a question specifically around the, if you give me a second, I will pull it up and I can get my question, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Can't find it, so I apologize. So I'm gonna just sort of wing the question while I'm trying to open up the document. I have a question about I believe it's the SEL screener. That's one in the package, is that correct? Great, sorry. So the question specifically, in a previous session, I had sort of asked about the data and sort of, I had asked about the sort of presentation of the data, and then also how we were deploying resources based on that data. I'm curious sort of how this information lives in the system and then sort of what we do with it. And then I will ask a follow-up question, I'm sure, as I get to pull this up.
So I think Whitney is on from the school psych side, who can probably answer that question.
Yeah, so generally speaking, the data is held in the BIMAS platform. That is the screener that we use. And within that platform, teachers and school psychs and any other school administrators can access that data, and they can use that to inform any type of intervention that is being held. So there are 5 different scales that are used for the behavioral interventions, and they're adaptive scales and behavioral intervention scales. So we use the data that is held in the BIMAS platform to inform the interventions that are used, but also to kind of just like guide general school-wide interventions. So it's student-based and school-wide. I don't know if that answers your question or if there's something more specific that you have.
It does. I'm just curious, and maybe this is a question too, as I'm thinking as we're going into budget season. And just so you know, I asked this question as we were in budget season last year. How this data, which seems like some of the most data with the greatest precision around acuity in our schools, how this data informs the deployment of resources. And if on a school-based level, I understand because it allows sort of a prioritization of need, but then on a central level, what do we do with that? How is it looked at? And then as we talk about school culture, this data has never come back to us since I've been here. So I'm just sort of curious the thinking around that.
So that's an interesting topic, because as school psychologists have now been budgeted into school-based resources, right? Instead of being at the central level, it's kind of hard for us at central office to then deploy resources from a central base, because all of our resources are housed within schools. So we do definitely try and resource where we can, where we see the needs are. We can see the data on a district level and see where the needs are, and are trying to meet that need for sure. But it's challenging when there are many restrictions coming along with that based on the allocation of the school psychologist per se.
Yeah, member Hernandez, I think Andrea Amador, who is the director of our school psychologist, I think it would be better positioned to ask her that. She's not on tonight. She had a conflict, but we can get back to you on that. I think I know where you're going on it, and it may be that while right now it is limited, the question is, are we able in a more systemic way to leverage the data to dispatch the resources, right? I think that's the general piece of it. So
it's that, yes, it's that plus one more, but you go with that one first and then we'll keep going. Thank you so much.
So I think, right.
Thank
So I
you,
think,
Ms.
so,
Walker, as well.
so we'll talk to Director Amador and ask her to provide us with some of that information of how the school psych side works. We also have the social workers who are not the school psychologists. And so I think on that side of the house, we do have district social workers that can be deployed. So when we have a crisis situation, that's where Chief Kelton will be involved, and she will make a call to dispatch. So, if we have a situation where a student is injured or we lose a staff member, that's when we will leverage district social workers along with the city trauma team to do. But the school psychologist, it's a bit of a different situation, because a lot of what the school psychologists are doing right now is around testing. So we're really leveraging school social workers for that kind of service providing, because we're really trying on the testing side to get caught up. So that, but I think we can get you additional information on this after we have a conversation with Director Amador.
Copy. And the only other place I'll go, and then I'll pass it over to another member, is I would assume that this type of screener offers us clarity around pieces of our system, schools within our system that are facing increased acuity and higher needs. And that is after, based on when the testing happens, we've already made budget decisions around school needs. And so there's like this sort of flexibility that I'm curious about, that like the reason you do a screener like this, one of many, is because it also should give you this information if there are higher concentrations of need that need to be addressed. And so, my curiosity as we move through the pandemic, and we're all in constant conversations around increased mental health needs and complex needs within the lives of our students and their families, what changes once we have this information? Or is it just information, high concentrations of vulnerability, proceed as you will? And
so for the BIMAS specifically, we do the screener in the fall and in the spring. And the fall screener typically starts at minimum 6 weeks after the school year starts. And so with that information, our school psychs are trained as internal coaches within the schools to then train their folks, their staff within the schools to embark on these journeys of what we can do and the interventions that we can provide within the schools for whatever those needs are. And it is informing decision-making at that school-based level for those 5 different categories.
And I believe that, and I guess the sort of second question is, so the burden is not just on the school. When there are high concentrations of need, what becomes more flexible from the system level based on what I think many would argue is incredibly important data that other school districts do not have a handle on. And how lucky are we that we do, and are we using it strategically to deploy resources?
Yeah, so I think I know Chief Kelton wants to talk about the intersection with SST teams here and the use of the data. So go ahead, Chief Kelton.
Well, I think just to try and answer a little bit of your first question, we do respond to concerning answers on the BIMAS, and we respond directly with a team of support staff. So, just to answer that part, but then I think it does help us in terms of when we see higher concentrations, that's where our district social workers and our director of social work really are able to work directly with the schools and their student success teams to not only look at individual cases and create action plans, but to also look at trends that are based on both qualitative and quantitative data and respond with systems and structures that seek to triage, do acute care, but then also long-term support. And sometimes that will involve bringing in outside community-based agencies that we partner with. Additionally, it might mean we look at how to structure, tier 2 supports in the schools and creating greater access points for students and doing things like running circles with specific classrooms, providing restorative practices within specific classrooms, offering more opportunities for parent meetings, for parents to come in, and also going into the community and meeting parents, in places like after school, where in community centers or public libraries, to host question and answers, to make resources more available, and also working really closely with our community health centers to respond to needs that we're seeing in specific schools that serve specific neighborhoods. So this is also about being able to appropriately work with all agencies that are around the school and not just in the school.
Thank you so much. I have more, but I trust you, Superintendent, that we'll come back to this. And I think what an incredible opportunity to have this level of data. I mean, there are districts across the country who are fighting to be able to do this. And so let's not waste it if we haven't used it to the best, that data to the best of our ability. And I just think it'll become more important just as a preview. So, you know, we're thinking about the questions that are coming, like it will definitely become more important, I suspect, in my own mind as we prepare for budget season and I'm thinking about new needs and all of those things.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tron?
Yes, I'm sorry to jump in here, you know, out of the order of you know, of the agenda. I guess I may have misheard, or whether it's true or not. One of the parents of the Sumner School mentioned in her testimony that her group had submitted a FOIA for the racial equity tool, or vis-a-vis the racial analysis tool, but was denied by the administration, claiming privilege. I guess it's claiming protected or whatever. Is that true? And if there is certain kind of criteria for protection of that kind of information, I like to know what they are. I fail to see the you know, the legal exceptions for those kind of statistics or those kind of analysis.
Yeah, my understanding, Mr. Tron, is that we have provided the racial equity tool analysis.
I see.
So I'm not quite sure what that reference was to. I actually made a note of it and checked with the team. I will defer to Chair if you would like somebody on the team to answer that. We don't generally answer questions out of public comment.
I'd like not to answer that now. We can bring that up in our new business at the end of the meeting, but would like to continue with this where we are right now. That's all right with you, Mr. Tron. We can come back to it, but let's come back to it at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions with regard to the grants? If there are none, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the grants as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The grants are approved unanimously.
Thank you. Our next action item is in fiscal year 23 supplemental appropriation request in the amount of $703,939 to support two memorandum of agreements between the Administrative Guild, SEIU Local 888, and the Boston School Committee from 2020 to 2024. You will recall that the committee approved these agreements on December 14th. I'll now open it up to the committee for any final questions or comments. Hearing none, I'll now entertain a motion to approve the fiscal year 23 supplemental appropriation request in the amount of $703,939 to support two memorandum of agreements for successor collective bargaining agreement between the Administrative Guild, SEIU Local 888, and Boston School Committee for the period September 1, 2020 through August 31st, 2024, as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? I think I heard a
Second.
second. Oh, thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next action item is a fiscal year 23 supplemental appropriation request in the amount of $1,283,486 to support two memoranda of agreement between the Custodians Union and the Boston School Committee from 2021 through 2024. The committee approved these agreements on December 7th. I will now open it up to the committee for final questions or comments. Thank you. I will now entertain a motion to approve the fiscal year 23 supplemental appropriation request in the amount of $1,283,486 to support two memoranda of agreement, the successor collective bargaining agreement between the local union number 1952, Painters and Allied Trades, District Council number 35, Custodians, in the Boston School Committee for the period September 1st, 2021 through August 31st, 2024, as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final action item this evening is a fiscal year 23 supplemental appropriation request in the amount of $164,488 to support two memoranda of agreements between the Boston School Police Patrolmen's Association and the Boston School Committee from 2020 through 2024. The committee approved these agreements on December 7th. I'll now open it up to the committee for final questions and comments. Thank you. I will now entertain a motion to approve the fiscal year 23 supplemental appropriation request in the amount of $164,448 to support two memoranda of agreement for successor collective bargaining agreement between the New England Police Benevolent Association, Local 160 Boston School Police Patrolmen's Association, and the Boston School Committee for the period September 1st, 2020 through August 31st, 2024, as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first report this evening are two tentative collective bargaining agreements between the Boston School Committee and the United Steelworkers Local 2936, better known as our bus monitors. I will now turn it over to Labor Relations Director Jeremiah Hassan for the report. I'd like to remind everyone, please, to speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. Thank you. Mr. Hassan?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Superintendent, and committee members. On behalf of the bargaining team for the school committee, I am very excited and happy to present the tentative agreement between the school committee and our bus monitors union, United Steelworkers Local 2936. So as the Madam Chair mentioned, this is going to be two agreements covering the period from July 1st, 2020 all the way through June 30th, 2025. It's separated July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2022 is one agreement, and then July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2025 is the second MOA. The agreement calls for wage increases retroactively in the amount of 2% for FY21, 1.5% for FY22, and then a COVID market adjustment, which I'll discuss and I'll explain in a minute, for FY23. For FY24, it's a 2% increase, and for FY25, it's another 2% increase. The COVID market adjustment, which takes effect September 1st of this past year, so of 2022, covering FY23, is an increase from the current rate. So for standby bus monitors, the current rate is just over 15, and it's an increase to $17.50. And then for our assigned monitors, it is an increase of $2 per assignment right now. What that factors in, based on our analysis, that translates to roughly $19 per hour for our assigned monitors. In addition, we're also increasing the training rate of pay to $17.50 per hour. So in addition to the general wage increases in the new agreement, we've also agreed to some operational and language changes. Specifically, or maybe most importantly for our operations, is we've agreed to convert from a per route or per assignment compensation structure into an hourly structure. And we think this is going to be a positive change both for the district in terms of payroll implications, but also we think it will appropriately compensate our monitors and be beneficial on their end. And in addition to agreeing to make that conversion, the union has also agreed to kind of be cooperative and work with us to ensure a smooth implementation of that change. And as part of that change, a commitment made by the district in this agreement is to include a minimum hourly rate of 1.4 hours per shift. And this was to address concerns that if a run happened to finish very quickly on a given day, monitors didn't want to be penalized just because there wasn't traffic. Now, I think we all know that very rarely happens, but it may happen on occasion, and monitors didn't want to be penalized because the bus got there sooner. So we put in a minimum hour requirement per shift of 1 hour and 1.4 hours. So in addition to the transition to hourly pay, the parties agreed to add paid days off during winter break for our monitors, and to add paid days off either over February or April break. The monitors get to pick which break they want to be compensated during. So beyond the time off and wage increases, BPS also committed to providing increased notification of available weekend work for monitors, so will now be available at all bus yards. We codified current practices related to route assignment and lost runs for monitors. We clarified monitors' responsibilities regarding reporting to their assigned departure locations prior to departure, or reporting to bus yards in the event that their driver is absent that day. And finally, the parties agreed to update the holiday language in the agreement to reflect the changes that the district has made, changing Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day and adding Juneteenth to the calendar. And in addition to recommending and requesting that you vote in favor of these tentative agreements, I am also recommending and requesting that you vote for a supplemental appropriation request to the City Council in the amount of $1,079,770 to support the modifications for FY23. And if that, I will open the floor up for some questions if you have any.
Are there any questions?
And if not,
Dr.
Chair, I'd
Al-
just like to, I'm sorry.
No, Dr. Alkins has a question.
No, this is much less of a question than it is more of a comment on, as it is with many positions within the district, you know, just making sure that as we're recruiting, that we're being able to provide a competitive wage for folks. And I know that there's been some visionary thinking, sort of how we want to do this with combining roles, things like that. So I think it's just prudent, but also I think encouraging just for the district to know that we are in those conversations and thinking about the future of how we want not just bus monitors, but all positions to be able to successfully work for BPS, but also feel like they can afford to live in the city where they work. So just want to put that out there.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you,
other
Dr.
questions?
Alkins.
Back to you, Mr. Hassan. Oh, sorry. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Mr. Khan also has a question.
Not a question. I'm just following up with Dr. Alkins' comment. I'd like to make a little comment, a short comment as well. I applaud the work of the Labor Department regarding reaching all these CBAs, all these memorandum of understandings. My 2 cents worth. Aside from the salary increase and hourly wage that are pretty much on the competent level in contrast to states and federal standard, I've dealt with this kind of CBA before. I would like to see a little more meat in terms of terms and conditions that are somehow added into these CBAs or these memorandum of understanding beyond, beyond the financial aspect of it. If we are looking to attract competent staff, competent employees, terms and conditions should be a little more elaborate, should be a little more extensive. So I'm hoping that would be part of the future memorandum of understandings or CBAs from this point forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you.
Understood, Mr. Tran, and we look forward to working with the school committee on the next round of bargaining. Again, we hope and recommend that you vote to approve the current tentative agreement. But in addition, so I guess I'll take this time to thank the bargaining team of the bus monitors. We had a really collaborative effort. And we put in a lot of time and effort on both sides, but we really worked together, and I think we reached agreements that will benefit both parties, and we have a shared interest in making these positions more attractive, helping to improve our recruitment and retention in this unit. That's certainly an interest on our end and an interest on their end. And I think both parties really worked well together on this agreement, and it leaves me very optimistic that we'll be able to continue working together. As we have some big challenges ahead, but I think we're in a strong place to work together to make sure that things are implemented well, and both parties can benefit from this agreement and from the relationship that were built over the negotiation. So I want to thank their team and also thank the team from City Hall, Mayor Wu's team, specifically Lou Mandarini, who provided a lot of help and support to get us what we needed from the city in order to make this happen. So
thank you.
Thank you. I also just want to give our thanks to you and the transportation team for all of your hard work on reaching these agreements, and we look forward to taking action on these items at our next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Tonight, we will hear from the Council of Great City Schools regarding their report and recommendations for transportation services here in Boston. Dr. Ray Hart, Executive Director of the Council, will present this report along with Willie Burrows, the Council's Director of Management Services. Members will then have an opportunity to ask any questions. Before I turn it over to Dr. Hart and Mr. Burrows, I wanted to ask the superintendent if there are any comments she would like to make. And I'd like to remind everyone to speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. Thank you. Superintendent?
Thank you, Chair. So first of all, thank you to the Council of Great City Schools for their continued partnership. This is the second of 3 reports, bringing their expertise to the table with us. This report, as we see it, will help us as we look forward to a focused, coordinated effort to ensure that our transportation is safe and it's reliable for all of our students and families. And it's with the council's help that we will work toward that. The council's the report's recommendations from the council, they're rooted in a deep understanding of how complex our system is here in BPS. They include both short-term and long-term recommended changes. For example, they recommend that we implement best practice of a 3-tier bell schedule district-wide, and that we also work toward our non-BPS schools. So the private schools and the charter schools for whom we provide transportation, that we work with them to align bell times and calendars to BPS. Other key recommendations include taking steps to better track the ridership, students coming on and off of the buses, and maximizing our fleet utilization, and continuing to make internal cross-department connections and improvements so that we can really better serve students and families. Some of the council's recommendations tie to work that's already been ongoing within BPS, especially the end of last year and this year. And then some of them are brand new as we look forward to them. As a district, we've begun critical work of really digesting the recommendations as we are with all 3 reports, and planning both short-term and long-term, but also how the reports really intersect. So in this particular case, student assignment and special education transportation are very much linked to the special education report as well. As we move forward with the work, stakeholder and community engagement is going to be critical. Effective policy, as we develop it and as we implement any of the policy changes that will be needed, they're going to really require meaningful stakeholder engagement. And they'll need to be guided by larger conversations across the district. And in the case of transportation, the community, particularly as we think about reimagining BPS, reimagining the budget process, but also as we work across the compact with our charter and our private school brothers and sisters. I think, we've certainly made progress in many areas, and much of the work is underway, but we know we've got a really long way to go, particularly in this transportation report. We're committed to doing it. We have to get this right. We have to get it right for our students and our families. They have to be able to rely on safe and reliable transportation. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Hart. Again, just want to really, appreciate him and his team and the work that they have done and continue to do with us in partnership. So Dr. Hart.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Skipper, Chair Robinson, members of the Boston School Committee. I just want to thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you once again. Superintendent Skipper just provided a really great high-level overview of the report, what it entails. So we'll give you a few details and then open up the floor and allow you to ask questions. Again, I'm Raymond Hart. I'm the Executive Director of the Council of Great City Schools. Pleased to be joined by Willie Burrows, who is our Director of Management Services, and also formerly the Director of Operations, and then served in several other operations capacities in large urban school districts. Our reports are not developed or drafted in isolation. In other words, our staff are not the sole experts that we bring to really review operations and those things that we review in our school districts. We actually rely on the expertise of those across our member districts. And for this particular report, I want to thank Jim Beekman, who is General Manager of Operations in the Hillsborough County Public Schools in Florida, Tampa, Florida. Nathan Graff, who is the Senior Executive Director of Transportation and Vehicle Maintenance in San Antonio Independent School District. Adam Johnson, who is the Executive Director of Transportation in Charleston County Public Schools in South Carolina. Nicole Portee, who is the Assistant Superintendent for Operations in Charlotte-Mecklenburg Public Schools in North Carolina. Edward Romero, who is the Director of Operations and Business Manager in San Antonio Independent School District. Travis Salas, who is Executive Director of Student Transportation in the Omaha Public Schools. And then Bob Carlson, who is the Senior Advisor to Operations and Management Services in the Council of the Great City Schools. All of those individuals visited Boston, conducted the series of interviews that produced this report. Again, those individuals are heavily engaged in the work of transportation and other operations in their own districts. And so the recommendations that you'll hear, the findings and recommendations that you'll hear really come from their collective experience. In addition to that, I'd like to add that we will continue to work with the district as we share with special education to make connections to districts. Thank you for the reminder. So I will. We will continue to make connections between the staff in Boston Public Schools and our member districts around the country to help Boston craft their responses to the recommendations, develop strategies around those recommendations, and really implement the recommendations that we share. I'm going to ask Willie Burrows to share the PowerPoint slide on his screen. I am in a hotel, and I am hopeful that I don't want to try to share my screen and talk because my audio may go out. So Willie, if you don't mind sharing. So I've just shared the overview. I want to thank you all. On the first slide, we'll talk about just an overview of what we'll share. And on the next slide, we'll share just an overview of what we'll discuss. First of all, we'll discuss leadership as it relates to transportation services and some of the key findings, key high-level findings. In addition to that, we'll talk about student assignments, enrollment, and the role that plays in transportation and routing, and the role that plays in transportation. We'll talk about management related to transportation, and finally, we'll open the floor for your questions. On the next slide, just as a high-level overview of our key findings, the district sets annual calendars and daily schedules for both non-BPS schools and others. And I want to talk about what that means from a calendaring standpoint in terms of the governing boards that you're working with. The BPS routing system has 24 different morning bell times, 20 different midday bell times, and 29 different afternoon bell times, which really must be coordinated between both BPS and non-BPS schools. In addition to that, for non-BPS schools, they schedule half days or early outs at their own discretion, and it's often independent of other system-wide activities that are going on. On the next slide, you'll see a couple of other high-level key findings, the first of which is that the assignment policies that are currently in place result in.
Excuse me, can you please slow down a bit?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the assignment policies result in many students traversing the city each day rather than utilizing neighborhood schools. And it increases the number of buses on the road at any given time. And I want to share that that is not problematic in and of itself. It is part of the policy of the district. However, it's important to understand that that policy in itself directly impacts transportation, the challenges of providing transportation to students, and also the efficiencies of transportation for students. And when I describe efficiencies, I am referring to on-time arrivals, missed stops or routes, average ride time for students, etc. In addition to that, another overall finding is that over 5 years, there has been a 70% increase in students whose IEP and 504 plans require a monitor. What that's resulted in is a number of additional monitors, which was just discussed in the previous conversation for school bus monitors. And we'll talk more about that in our recommendations a little later. And finally, on the next overall key findings, the district utilizes the same workforce for transportation, independent of the vendor that you select for bus monitors. And so your collective bargaining agreement that drives who you hire and how you work directly impacts the overall efficiencies of your transportation system. So there are multiple things going on. And one of the things that we'll do as well is connect BPS to other systems around the country that have similar circumstances. And I'll address how these overall key findings impact the district overall. And before we go into leadership, it looks like there's a question. Okay. So the first thing related to leadership is that the transportation department in particular seem to be strong. And we want to thank those in the transportation department, just as Chair Robinson just thanked them a few moments ago for their efforts in their work. The team was extremely supportive, extremely knowledgeable, and the team appeared to be, as we share, laser focused on improving efficiencies and controlling costs within the system. And what we'll share is some additional ideas about what that looks like. The first of which is, as Superintendent Skipper just mentioned, we're going to propose going to a 3-tier schedule for BPS, which is going to take some effort, but there's currently a three-tier schedule, but not all schools adhere to it. And so we'll talk more about that in just a moment. On the next slide, you'll find our first set of recommendations for the district related to some of the challenges that we just outlined. And this is perhaps the most important. One of the things that we recognize is that the inefficiencies that we observed and the inefficiencies that you are observing in the system don't seem to be granularly tracked or differentiated by categories that are helping to drive those inefficiencies. And we'll talk, and what we are suggesting in terms of a recommendation, which you'll see in a moment, is beginning to collect data on understanding what those categories are and how they're directly impacting your inefficiencies. Some of those include, but are not limited to, school type. How many students, where are we transporting students between BPS, charter schools, out of district, et cetera. Some of that data is available, some is not. Transporting students out of zone. So understanding for a student that might be transported from one area or community in the district to another area or community of the district, which is a little further away, what does that mean for the number of buses, What does that mean for the number of routes? What does that mean for the number of students or bus capacity, which we highlight in the next bullet, which is understanding bus utilization rates. And here we're focused on not just proposed rates or projected rates, but actual ridership. So really understanding bus utilization is critical. And then lastly, understanding eligibility type. So the type of students who are eligible. So on the next slide are our recommendations regarding data. And these are important for really addressing the inefficiencies, but also understanding where some of those inefficiencies can be addressed and shored up. The first is implementing a consistent 3-tier bail schedule, which we discussed earlier. The second, routinely updating policies and procedures and understanding how those policies and procedures are impacting your routes so that you can maximize your fleet utilization. A good example of that, which was just mentioned, is just understanding these key areas: walk to stop distances, average ride time, pickup times, bus loads and seat utilization, and then tiering. And tiering is just a route. So if you're understanding kind of routes, there are tiers, and it's each route that a bus runs is a tier. Next, we'll go into some additional recommendations. That is strengthening the internal fiscal and management controls by taking a close look at per pupil and per bus vehicle costs and tracking that. Transporting students to nearby schools on the same bus, such as elementary schools or nearby middle schools. Designing a Department of Transportation strategy for monitoring actual ridership throughout the year and aggressively identifying stops, runs, and routes that can be consolidated or eliminated based on actual ridership. And then finally, Superintendent Skipper mentioned this, but establishing cross collaboration with school systems outside of BPS that receive transportation services, so that you can better understand and coordinate calendars and schedules to maximize the fleet as best as possible. Another set of recommendations related to student assignments, enrollment, and routing are these. So the first I'll describe on the next slide is some of the key findings here, and then we'll go into the recommendations. Some of the key findings here are really related to school assignment plans and program placements, and understanding how they impact transportation services. Superintendent Skipper mentioned that some things are going to be parallel, for example, some things will influence others. For example, special education, as you begin to adjust special education and you begin to adjust student assignment relative to special education supports, that will impact transportation. In addition to that, making sure the student information system is connected to transportation information systems so that there's better alignment between what's happening in the SIS and the needs for transportation for students. We also found a key critical issue around interdepartmental annual route planning with key stakeholders, i.e., those who are in special education making determinations about transportation needs. There's also planning that's needed for after-school programs and making sure that there are consistent meetings in the central office with those units that all touch transportation. What we also found was many routes are built on student eligibility for ridership rather than actual ridership. And we'll discuss that in our recommendations. Finally, one of the things that we noted was that the dates around when ridership needs are shared throughout between both the district, the vendor that provides services, and others for bidding purposes. Those dates seem to be out of sync. And so one of the recommendations that you'll see in a moment is shoring that up. And then finally, there appears to be a lack of coordination between special education and the Department of Transportation. And that coordination is really a joint coordination, and we'll talk more about that in a moment. I mentioned earlier the student information system, but there's also the communication, not just internally between transportation and the SIS, but also understanding the communication needs between BPS and the 103 non-BPS schools that have different student information systems that all impact transportation. And so communication and shoring up communication between them is critical. On the next slide, we'll highlight some of the recommendations. We've already talked about improving formal communications between special education and the Department of Transportation. That relates to not just transportation needs for students, but I mentioned earlier that there has been a 70% increase in the need for monitors for students on school buses for special education students. And in many instances, those monitors are one-on-one monitors. So they're individual monitors for a child, but they're assigned in the IEP process, which the IEP process should remain independent of transportation. It absolutely should. However, consideration could be given to students who are assigned a one-on-one monitor on a bus that already has 3 or 4 monitors assigned to children. So what ends up happening is when you treat each of those IEPs as an independent unit, then from a transportation perspective, I may end up with multiple adults on a bus with children because of those individual assignments. And so that communication between special education and transportation on assignments is critical. Commence a comprehensive review of all routing processes and practices to identify opportunities for improving routing outcomes and efficiencies. Meet regularly with charter and non-public school administrators to share areas of concern and improve communication. And then use, to the greatest extent possible, the previous school year's actual ending routing configuration in informing what the next school year's routing should look like. And currently routing, as I shared in the findings, is built on all students who are eligible for transportation rather than actual ridership. And so understanding what actual ridership is critical, and there's data collection that's necessary around that. And then review all routing policies and practices to ensure that the policies that are being implemented, I shared one earlier, and that is the one-on-one monitors, ensuring that those policies are in line with what actually is needed for students. On the next slide, we'll share a bit about management and what we found there. And there are a couple of key findings. The first of which was one that came from DESE as part of DESE's review, and that is high quality transportation services and key performance indicators identified by the district and its vendor were not effectively addressed. And then the Department of Transportation has not linked its modern call center to the vendor or retained a multilingual individual to provide a higher level of customer service to parents and parents and administrators when there are missed bus stops or missed routes. And so that process is, and what you'll see in the recommendations, is really shoring up the communications between bus services, the actual route that the vendor is running, and the coordination of communications with parents and others. And you'll see that on the next slide in terms of recommendations. So one of the first is to update and fully implement a comprehensive plan to include goals, objectives, benchmarks, performance, accountabilities, and costs. And you have currently a business plan that is quite strong. And what we're recommending here is continue to update that business plan and fully implement that business plan. But the business plan that reviewed had a number of critical areas that we thought were quite strong, but updating that with some of the data collection elements that we recommend here would help produce or increase the efficiencies of the system. The second is create an effective communication system throughout both the organization internally, and then also including communications channels. And what we mean by up, down, and side to side. Up, down is throughout the organization, throughout BPS. And then side to side is across departments within BPS and then also outside of BPS. So communications is critical, both internally in the system, but with external constituents as well. Making sure that those meetings are regular and they have specific agendas is important for improving the systems. And then finally, well, not finally, we have a couple of others, but resuming the annual Department of Transportation Customer Service Survey. That survey was done prior to the pandemic, and we recommend resuming that as well. And on the next slide, one of the things that we observed is that the new IFB seems to do a thorough job of defining service performance requirements, et cetera, to ensure that the contract includes performance indicators that address on-time bus performance and other issues. And so making sure that those key performance indicators are implemented will be critical. Some of those include on-time performance, missed trips, maintenance and vehicle results, and then monthly financial and statistical reporting. And some of these, I'll use on-time performance as well. The district will have to be really careful in collecting data that clearly identifies root causes, for example, of on-time performance. So with on-time performance, it could be driven by issues related to the bus drivers themselves, perhaps late arrivals or those who might miss a day of work, et cetera. So some of that is related to the collective bargaining agreement, and then some of it might be related to the transportation vendor. And so teasing out what some of those are will be a critical aspect of the district's data collection process. On the next slide, some of our final recommendations. So you can go ahead and move forward. So that is the final. So some of our final recommendations are just in terms of understanding where you are making improvements in the system. As I shared earlier, we're going to do two things. The first of which is we will continue to work with the transportation department to help them connect with other large urban school districts with similar challenges around the country, to share best practices, to share what they've learned, what they've been able to implement in terms of improving and understanding data collection, but also in terms of improving the efficiencies of their routing systems. And then secondly, we've already begun to collect data to help BPS understand where it stands relative to their peers around the country in things like on-time performance and other things around transportation. So we'll continue to provide those supports as BPS moves forward with implementing some of the recommendations. So with that, just wanted to say thank you. That's a very high-level overview of the report, and we look forward to answering any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Hart and Mr. Burrows, for that very comprehensive overview. Before I open it up to questions, I wanted to see if the superintendent or members of her team wanted to respond or reflect on any of the specifics. I know you only recently received the report, so I'm sure there will be more to come. But any initial thoughts, we would love to hear from you.
Sure. So thank you, Chair. So first, just again, I think the committee can see how detailed and comprehensive the report is. And so again, I think this is going to be really invaluable to the district to build off of a report that was done back in 2020. And we sort of see how the system's evolved in the areas that we really need to hone in on, going forward. I know that Deputy Director of Transportation, Dan Rosengard, does have some specific thoughts and reactions, especially based on work that has begun in some of the areas that Dr. Hart has talked about. So Dan, I'll turn it over to you for a bit.
Thanks, Superintendent. And thank you, Ray, Willie, and the Council of Great City Schools for this report. While we have made a lot of progress, we also know that we have a lot of work ahead of us. And this work is both incredibly challenging and also deeply important. We as a transportation team and as a district are really committed to doing this work and doing it the right way. And we know that doing it the right way is going to take time. With that in mind, I want to take a quick moment and just recognize the entire transportation team who really shows up day in and day out under challenging circumstances. And I just want to thank them for their work and the passion and dedication that they bring, to improving service for our students and families in schools. We don't, though, and we can't work in a silo. And so being successful in these efforts, we know is going to require really meaningful stakeholder engagement and really, key collaboration both across the district as well as with our outside partners. One of the things the superintendent noted in her superintendent report earlier that we're really excited about is the newly formed Transportation Advisory Council. The Advisory Council is going to play a really important role in this work, in particular in the implementation process as we move to implement these recommendations. We sent out invitations for the group last week, and we're looking forward to having our first meeting in the coming weeks. We also get really, really important engagement with our families day in and day out. The Department of Transportation took over 80,000 calls on our hotline in 2022 and responded to over nearly 30,000 tickets in our customer service system. And this daily engagement provides just invaluable feedback and data that we do and will continue to leverage to help guide our work. One of the things that Ray and the superintendent mentioned is that in 2020, our department had developed a 5-year business plan. And that business plan, part of it was outlining 24 strategic initiatives to improve transportation. COVID interrupted and complicated a lot of the work we were doing there, but the team has been able to make progress implementing 18 of those 24 recommendations over the past 3 years. And looking at the council's report, that they presented tonight, it really ties back to and builds on, what we have been doing as part of that business plan. In particular, looking at some of the work that that we have been doing and know that we need to keep doing on internal transportation processes, as well as policy work that impacts transportation, and that that's policy work that has to be done across the district and with a lot of collaboration. But I think the council's report tonight, building on that business plan, really reflects both progress that we've made over the past few years, but also an acknowledgement that we have a lot of improvement left. One focus area that I'll speak to, where that has been important and a big focus for us in recent years, has been on holding our bus vendor accountable. And so in 2020, BPS implemented a monthly performance review process with Transdev, who's the current bus vendor, in order to make sure that we're really measuring and driving service improvements with our vendor. And when we created the invitation for bids, the IFB, for the next transportation vendor contract, we made sure to introduce new mechanisms to hold the vendor accountable, including aligning financial incentives towards student-oriented results. While the current contract has basically zero financial risk to the vendor, the new IFB ensures that the incoming vendor is going to have skin in the game through a mix of performance incentives for improved performance, as well as damages for non-performance. A second area I want to speak on briefly, where we have made some improvements over the past few years, is in shoring up internal transportation processes and procedures. One example is we have made, I think, strides in collaborating and coordinating across BPS departments. We have weekly working groups in place with assignments, special education, and information technology, three of the departments that are really critical in our work in getting data from them for routing, for assignment, and to make sure that we're able to do our piece. And those working groups have really been focused on setting and maintaining timelines for collaboration and for data sharing. Been focused on identifying and problem solving issues as they come up, and then making recommendations for improvements. As we move this work forward, we really need to ensure that this collaborative work continues and is ongoing, in particular with any work that we do around policies. And all of this will be really guided by the council's recommendations, and we'll make sure that it includes the involvement of senior leadership across the district. Before I wrap up, I just want to make one quick note on costs, which was something that was highlighted in the report. BPS transportation, we know, has one of the highest transportation costs in the nation, and the council's report provided several recommendations for better tracking, controlling, and reducing costs. We know that our first and most urgent priority needs to be making service improvements for students and families, but we also are going to ensure that transportation is cost effective and that we closely review the cost control recommendations that are in the report and think about steps we can take to implement them. So in closing, I just want to say that, again, we really, really appreciate the council's partnership, and we're dedicated to pushing this work forward with urgency. We know that we need to provide safe, reliable, on-time transportation for all students. So, thank you, Superintendent. If you have anything else you want to say.
I think you did a great job, Dan. I think what also is clear is that in addition to the ownership that Del, Dan, and the transportation team has taken, I think one of the things that the council's report highlights is that it's actually across stakeholder groups that have to actually take responsibility on this. And so this is really going to be the work going forward on all three of these reports, frankly, that require us to work together. Whereas before, folks could work in silo. In order to get the results that we're looking for, that's just not possible. So I think that's going to be one of the things that the committee will see going forward, is that there's just a lot more coordination that needs to happen. And an area that we have to develop in that is this idea of the outside BPS transportation pieces, with charters and with private. So we've been having some initial conversations with DESE on that to better understand our role in that, and what the boundaries are with that in terms of what we're obligated to do, what is around cooperation and what is required. And so I think that will also play into our, our future work, going forward, with the compact. So much more to come on that, but Chair, I'll hand it back to you. Just again, thank you to Ray, Willie, and the team.
Great. Thank you all. And I'll now open it up to the committee for questions and comments. Mr. Cardet Hernandez, and then Ms. LaPera.
Thank you. I'm not on mute. Thank you so much for the report. I have a series of questions, but I guess the first, and I think this is the first one. I think the first thing I'll say is, it feels like so much of this is not new news, right? Like I read a 2016 report and a 2020 report that had like very similar recommendations around the sort of state of play as well as solutions to move forward. So like I want to like honor the labor that went into this and like how lucky are we? Today's a new day and we're here to see it. But some of this has like been in front of us for a really long time. I'm hearing the part for me that was the most concerning, and I'm curious sort of where this lives as the focus area, is around our ability to have accurate data around ridership so that we can consolidate and eliminate routes when needed. In these types of reports, we get everything at once and then it's like a choose your own adventure. I guess I'll say this and then I'm curious for a response. Like my fear is like moving towards bigger policy changes, like school start times and the sort of finger pointing is the wrong word, but the sort of questioning of our responsibility around charters or out of district placements. And we still don't have precision around who's on a bus. I think any Bostonian will tell you they will like see a school bus drive by them and there's 2 kids on a big old bus and it feels surprising sometimes. And so I'm curious, like, even if it's an initial gut reaction, sort of hierarchy, priority of need, where does that live? Because for me, from at first blush, it feels really clear that like we can't solve other strategic problems until we have accurate data and until we can ask the broader community to do more until we've done more to understand who's riding the bus, the frequency of those rides, and then consolidating accordingly.
So if you may, Superintendent Skipper, may I?
Yes. Oh, yes, absolutely.
So if you'll notice, we started our very first recommendation in this presentation was data collection, particularly around bus utilization rates, other critical information. One of the things that we found critical information about, for example, student ridership from one part of the community to another part of the community, understanding what that looks like, particularly given some of the policies around students not being on a bus if they're going to different schools on other sides of the community, because you're not mixing, you can't, right now there's a policy that you don't mix schools. Well, all of those generate inefficiencies in your transportation system. So until you understand which of those are driving those inefficiencies, then you can't address the inefficiencies themselves. So we started with that data collection specifically because when we asked some of those questions, we couldn't get answers to them. And therefore we can't provide recommendations on how to improve those efficiencies until you have that information. So in terms of a hierarchy, we put that first, not only here, but also in the report purposely.
Yeah, I would actually also, and Dan weigh in on this, but I think, one of the immediate conversations we had is automating some of these processes, right? For a district our size, we need to move into enterprise work, right? Which requires using technology in automation as much as possible. And I think in this particular case, you know, moving and putting tablets on the buses so that we can, you know, quickly update map routing, having a centralized person whose sole position is working on the map routing. That's in the report. And I think that that's one we wholly agree with. But then also having the adaptive work of once you get taps in the buses for students to tap, there's the adaptive work of training students to do that. Right. And so there's going to be like some that are just technical, low hanging fruit that we can do, but the work of changing human behavior is going to be the hard part to it. Right. But nonetheless has to happen, because until we have that data and it's accurate, we then can't make the next level of decisions that Dr. Hart is talking about in terms of efficiency of the routing.
It's
Yeah.
interesting. Oh, you were going to say something, Dan. I apologize. Or
That's
Mr.
okay. I was just going to quickly add on to what the superintendent said. I think you've hit on a really important point in this, you know, in terms of the recommendations. This is absolutely one that's in the top tier priority for us. I think it is a very challenging thing given the scope and scale of the district and kind of the decentralized nature of, you know, understanding and confirming ridership. And so one area where, you know, we're really looking forward to working with the council further is on understanding the technology solutions and the best practices that other districts might have in place to do this well, because it is something that we, you know, urgently need to figure out.
Yeah. And my final question, because other members have their hands up and I want to give them the space. I'm just curious, because I've never been able to get this figure. What is our per pupil spending on busing?
I don't have the number right in front of me. I think we can get it, get it for you and follow up. The last time we did that detailed analysis was a few years ago, but I think that, you know, the analysis is still relevant and we can follow up with that information.
Yeah, I know that CFO Coote is on here, so he's heard the question. He can work on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaPera?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for engaging with us in this report and with your recommendations. Just want to echo some of the pieces that Member Cardette Hernandez has already raised. Mr. Cardette Hernandez may not know this because I know that he's been more recently moved to Boston, but we used to track actual ridership. So we did have this practice at some point, and I'm just curious to understand what happened and like where did the breakdown of this practice. And just because if there's a tool that we already have that we can implement, I'm curious about that. And if there's not, if we moved away from it for some strategic reason, I know that we're saying that this is a priority to really be able to engage in gathering those data points, and not just the ridership piece, but various other data points to really understand root cause. How quickly are we thinking that we can begin to collect some of this necessary data points to then engage in any potential other changes within the district?
So I think that it is my recollection, and then I think in the past reports, it is spoken about having student ridership data, student routing data, but not necessarily student ridership data. Right now, all of that is collected in a paper process, which is what makes it extremely difficult to actually track it. Whereas in moving to a more automated system, it becomes much easier to be able to figure out who's using the buses on a regular basis. And then being able to have a next level conversation for families that aren't going to have their student using the buses. But my recollection to the past report is that it was also noted the absence of student ridership data. We can go back and verify that though, Ms. Laverna, just to make sure, because the reports are thick.
Yeah, I don't know if it was stated in the report, but I do remember as a practice, parents had access and the district by default also had access to know whether student was getting on the bus at point A and arriving at point B. And so I also think like that's to your point around like getting students to engage with the process.
Yeah.
Families, I think, would happily engage with the process. Like we track on our phones where the bus is, right? And so, but I'm just thinking like, how can we quickly engage in this? Because while I know that change takes time and that this is a big piece of the puzzle to really engage in, we don't have time to waste anymore. Like, I think we really have to figure out how do we move quickly to really then be able to engage in other conversations that need to happen.
100%. Yeah, we won't get to the other types of analysis that the council's recommending until we actually have just solid ridership data, right?
Correct.
So this is like the team, we've already met, and the team knows that this is something that is just going to happen because it needs to this year. So this is something we're actively working on. But we do want to also hear back from the council and appreciate their work of pointing us directly toward particular types of technology, so that what we purchase what we are actually going to be able to need and use going forward. So, but this is the priority for this year as one of the strategy lifts.
Yeah, I mean, we want to get a system now that we'll be able to use 5, 10, in theory. I know things move a lot quicker in terms of outdatedness, but and then my other quick question was really appreciated folks sharing how they came to Boston and the team came to Boston and really engaged with different stakeholders in interviews, as well as like the data collection. I'm curious if there was any role in which students and families were engaged in the process for the report and the recommendations.
Thank you for that question. We primarily focused on administrative process, but we did not ignore the family and community process. For example, we did keep up with some of the challenges that, again, were shared in the media. We know that there were some high-level families who are in offices across the city who had students whose routes were missed, et cetera. So we did pay very close attention to that, understanding the challenges that are facing parents when stops are missed, when routes are missed. So we did utilize that information in the recommendations. While we didn't interview them directly, it wasn't lost on us what was going on with families in the community.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Dr. Elkins?
Thank you for the report. My question is around what is currently being done, or I know it was one of the final recommendations to improve communications between the Office of Special Education and the Department of Transportation. Particularly, I mean, having just heard spoken about the collective bargaining agreement basically for the bus monitors, and knowing that over the past 5 years, we've had a 70% increase in students who require bus monitors as part of their IEP 504s. So I'm curious as to what the thinking is and strategy is around addressing this and increasing the recruitment and retention thereof.
So Deanna, I don't know if you want to, I have a way that I would approach that, but do you want to, why don't you go first? Because I know how you're going to approach it. Okay.
Thanks, Superintendent. Yeah, working closely with special education has been a priority of ours over the past year. We have a weekly working group that meets between transportation and special education to address issues and come up with ideas and push them forward. And a few of the things that, a few additional things and a few of the things that have come of that, for example, we introduced 2 and are currently hiring for 2 program directors for transportation. So these are individuals who will sit in special education, but will be focused on training and supporting bus monitors so that bus monitors are able to better support our students. And then we have, myself and the head of our monitors unit in Delaverne have met with the COSAs at one of their professional development days and are going back to do that again to really make sure that we're engaging with not just special education leadership, but across special education to make sure that we're working together, understanding what's driving the increase in the number, bus monitor requirements, and working together to make sure that we're supporting our students appropriately.
Yep. And so I would add to that I think one of the things is particularly in the special education piece, is this clarification of a one-to-one monitor versus a bus with a monitor, right? And so this is a point of clarity, but it's not just for within our district. We have seen a much greater increase of monitor requests from charter school IEP meetings. Dan would know the figure, but I want to say it's like 70% of the increase in monitors is driven from outside the system. So clearly we need to do some work. We need to do work with our charter partners, right, around this and understanding that. The other thing I would say that's a bit more I think more systemic is we have to work on having our special education IEP system talk to our student information system when it comes to the transportation pieces, right? So this is actually going to be something, which is why we're really interested in getting a couple of best practice districts to hone in on and look at, because that is a disconnect in our current system. So you end up with a lot of manual entry, which takes time and affords error. So that is another thing that we need to work on relative to getting special ed and the student information system, which ultimately is what feeds the routing. And Dan, if I got any part of that wrong, please correct me.
No, thanks, Superintendent. I think the clarification I would make, is while the majority of our monitor required students are still within BPS, what we're seeing is that proportionally the non-BPS schools are growing at a much faster rate. And so they're over time, becoming a higher proportion of the total number. And I think that 70% specifically refers to since school year 18-19, the monitor required students within the charter schools have grown over 70%.
Thank you.
If
Mr.
I may-
O'Neill?
If I may,
Sorry.
if I may, I
Dr.
know it's 13 seconds, but I'll go really quickly. I also want you to, understand what that means, again, in terms of efficiencies. If you've got, let's say, 4 adult monitors, because a number of kids need one-on-one monitors on a route, plus the bus driver, you've now got 5 adults on a bus. But before that bus can leave to run the route, all 5 adults have to be on the route. So again, your collective bargaining agreement, the assignments all impact your efficiencies, whether that route runs on time, what is needed before that bus leaves the bus yard. So all of those things are things that impact your efficiency. So understanding those is critical.
Thank you. Mr. O'Neill?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Hart and Mr. Burrows for your presentation tonight. In the interest of disclosure, whenever we talk about the council, I always mention that I am the school committee representative to the council, as is the superintendent. The superintendent, I serve on the council's board overall as at the question of the chair. So I always point that out when we talk about the council. But so it's interesting, Dr. Hart, you were just talking about efficiencies, and we were talking about efficiencies before. And, we do spend a tremendous amount on transportation, and I'm a banker by training. I'm a taxpayer. I'm always concerned about that. But our responsibility first and foremost is to our students and to our parents and to our families. And parents don't talk to me about how much we spend on transportation. They talk about delays, they talk about mistakes, they talk about dropped routes, they talk about late pickups, late drop-offs, not being sure where the student is, where their child is. They talk about athletics and field trips missed and students that can't get to sporting events and we have to cancel them. So it's first and foremost about making our transportation run right, in my mind, because even when we talk about 90%, that's great, but it's not 100%. And that means 10% of our students or 10% of our buses who are out there are running late, and that's just not acceptable. And so when I look at your report, and I do appreciate that you started with data, that meant a lot to me as well. And I appreciate Mr. Cardet Hernandez's comment before about data, and we have to get that right. I agree completely. So, but I see you pointed out several things. So you talk about lack of data. You talked about the bell times overlap, and I want to come back to that a little bit more. Or lack of coordination on bell times. You talked about the vendor and the lack of skin in the game, though that may potentially be solved in a new contract. You talked about the CBA, and there were some challenges to the assignments that are done because of our CBA and the coverage of the drivers, et cetera. You talk a little bit about the silo of transportation and special ed and assignment. It sounds like that's getting better over the past year or so, and I appreciate Mr. Rosengard talking about how that has been improved. One thing I noticed you didn't talk about, but a separate independent international study that came out today named Boston the fourth worst in traffic. And that's not the fourth worst in traffic in the United States, that's the fourth worst in traffic in the world. And so does that impact our buses running? Absolutely. But we can't use that as an excuse. So what I'm thinking, Dr. Hart, is two questions. One is, if you were narrowing it down for us and similar to, in the special ed, you talked about this is a lot of work to unravel, but there are some things you can start doing immediately. So this is a lot to unravel too, but what are some things, if the district was going to focus on this first, then that, is it data? And then get an alignment on start times and the monitors, I talked to a parent this week who said, hey, my child has a one-on-one monitor. I don't need that. I didn't know I was going to get that. I'm just okay if there's a monitor on the bus. Some parents okay with that. Others do want one-on-one monitors. So, help me out where you think the district should be focusing immediate attention on, because we need immediate approval in our transportation. And my second question, then I'll stop, Dr. Hart, is what alternatives are being considered? And this may be more for the superintendent. It's one thing to tinker with our existing system and say, what can we do to change it? It's another to say, did we stop and step back and say, hey, can we outsource transportation for the charter schools? Just give them the funding and let them figure out how they want to get students there, particularly if they only have a couple to go. Should they be using van? Could they be using lifts? So on and so forth. So, what do you think should be the order of priorities, number one? And number two, and this may be more for the superintendent, what are the alternatives we can be thinking about here to really do a deep dive to improve our system?
Yeah, so I think, we did meet with DESE around this particular report. And, we did bring up needing, since charters report to DESE, we needed DESE to sort of help us understand our obligation versus what we're currently doing. And so that's going to be a conversation, and they agreed to sort of help convene that. We're also having that conversation with the compact, but I think that's one whole area. And it's not just the bell times. It's one of the things we didn't talk about. The thing that actually causes us the greatest difficulty with some of the outside transportation, and it's not out of district transportation either. I just wanted to clarify that. That's our transportation. This is specifically for non-BPS entities. That transportation in the, it's the bell schedule, but it's also the calendar, because so many charters and privates start earlier than us. So their calendar is different, and that's in August. So the conversations that have to be had, it just has to all be on the table to kind of talk about how do we do a better job calibrating and aligning so we can do a better job transporting everybody's students, right? And that's something we all want. I also think, we continue to work on the CBA. This is going to be a work in progress. We know a lot more now from this report going forward in future CBA conversations. But right now, as things are written, we are not able to outsource any transportation. We're not able to, from a non-bid situation, we're not able to take any advantage of that. Even the athletic transportation, we're not able to outsource because we're locked in. And so I think these are going to be the kinds of conversations we're just going to have going forward in CBA at the table to be able to create some freedom here, just given the complexity of our system, even with all of these other things being advanced.
And so I'll quickly address the question you asked about priorities. Again, we mentioned data up front, but there are some things in the recommendations that can happen in parallel to the data collection process, one of which Superintendent Skipper just referred to. One of our recommendations is really reviewing the timeline about when routing requests come in, how they get processed, and then how that goes out to bid, and really reflecting and reviewing what that timeline looks like, how it relates to the broader calendar, as she just referred to, related to when charter schools start versus when BPS schools start. So really kind of aligning that calendar system so that the bids and the needs are more in sync with each other. So there are some other things that we mentioned in the recommendations that can be done in parallel, but in terms of efficiencies, as you alluded to earlier, really having the data necessary to understand where some of the efficiencies are is critical. It's also important. You mentioned traffic. And so, yes, that is a constraint that you're working under, but that constraint can be somewhat alleviated if you understand how are we transporting students across the system, what is our bus utilization rate? And by changing that utilization rate, I can minimize the number of routes. It impacts a number of other things. It impacts the number of drivers and buses on the road so that you can have greater efficiencies, even in coverage and other things. So the data is, in this particular case, is really critical for addressing some of those inefficiencies, but some of the recommendations in the report can be done in parallel to the development of the data collection process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a couple of questions and then I'm going to go back around with you, Mr. Cardet Hernandez. So one of the things that struck me is that all of the issues that we're dealing with in transportation are really the result of our own policies, practices, and choices that we're making. And so the question is, can we start there and work our way back? I look at things like, our enrollment system. We are the ones who provided families with the choices that they get to choose from. Have we actually studied the impact of those choices on transportation? Can we get kids from point A to point B in the, 30 or 45 minutes that are allowed? So, my issue is we've got to give parents meaningful choice and choices that we can actually deliver upon. So is that part of the work that we should also be looking at too?
The answer to that is yes, absolutely. We shared early on, and I shared early on, that your choice system is one of the kind of overall key findings that we had, not necessarily to change that choice system, but what it means is if you're I mentioned early on, transporting a child from one area of the city across town to another area of the city, given the constraints around time and average bus ridership, that may actually involve one student on one bus who gets picked up in one part of the city and dropped off in another, because all you can do is one student, and otherwise you go over the time limitations. And so what that inevitably does is increases the number of routes, It increases the number of bus drivers. It increases the number of monitors if that is another constraint. So you actually exacerbate the problem and
Slow down.
thank you. I see.
Yeah.
But you actually exacerbate your challenges. Not that they're insurmountable, but it really requires a lot of understanding of what the data looks like and how you're transporting students across the system.
Mhm. Yeah. Since at this point we are unable to outsource transportation to the charters, et cetera, could we literally create within our own system 2 separate systems so that we are having one set of systems that are only transporting BPS students and creating that other transportation system that creates, the charters and the parochial schools, so that we can see their impact upon our overall transporting? If we have fewer tiers of start times, would we be able better to manage getting our own students to school on time and helping them to understand how they're having more tiers? And now it seems like, if we're providing transportation for 103 non-BPS schools, that's almost as large as the number of schools that we are providing transportation in BPS. So could we try that ourselves and then work to get them to take it on if that is appropriate, but not to have them intermingle so that it continues to impact our own students without our own ability to understand where the major problems are?
I don't know the exact legal answer to that, Chair. On first read, my sense would be that the way our current CBA reads is any transportation that we have to provide has to be done in the manner we're doing it. So we would literally be losing the efficiency of putting students on the same buses by kind of creating 2 separate systems. That's my first thinking on this. I think our best option at this point is to start to really explore what our obligation is versus where our freedoms are with this relative to the non-BPS schools. Still wanting obviously to serve, but to be able to do it in a cooperative way that we can get some calibration with the times and the schedules.
Yeah. And I guess my last question before turning it back over is, were you all able to take a look at that portion of our, on-time delivery, that approximately 10% that we are unable to happen on a daily basis? Was there any ability to take a look at that to understand whether there are some chronic groups within that are not getting where they need to go, or does it change depending on traffic or bus drivers showing up, et cetera? What is that piece about?
We didn't have an opportunity to go into that in detail. We did study it a little bit. We didn't study individual routes, understanding kind of the GPS system. So we did do a review of what does it actually mean for a bus to be on time. There are a number of buses, for example, that may get to the perimeter of the school, but not actually get inside the GPS boundary around the school to be on time. But a lot of that, again, has to do with the arrival time of the buses ahead of it. If they're a little late, even though those children in the bus are before the bell schedule, they're backing up the buses from being able to enter the school boundary. So we took a look at some of those, but we didn't study them in depth. But it's part of the process of, again, looking at the data.
Ready. Thank you. I'm going to go quickly back to Mr. Cardet Hernandez and then to Dr. Alkins.
Thank you again. And Chair Robinson, I just want to echo what you said earlier. Much of this is our making, and we are the governing body. And I'm sitting here, even this is before your time, Superintendent, but when we voted on that CBA side letter agreement, we knew that meant we would not be able to work with any other vendors. And I think at some moment, this is like a sobering moment for us as a school committee, or at least for me as a school committee member. Like, we have to be able to say no to policies that are being presented to us as a governing body that we know are not good for the system. And I'll speak for myself, like, and I believe I raised that flag in the moment. Like, that was a decision that we are now living the consequences of, have been living the consequences of, and then in some ways use it as cover for why solutions are limited. But no one told us that agreement was what needed to exist. We literally voted on it and then made it happen. And the results are the results, right? The solutions become the solutions as a result of our own vote. So I think it matters. And yes, all the other things, including, our broader strategies around school choice, but even some of the low-hanging fruit, like our ability to vote and impact labor as a body, like, it matters so deeply. And I feel like, we lost an opportunity there to help transform this faster. Three things that I want to ask really quick. Did we get an update on that per pupil spend by any chance?
I apologize.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Dan.
I apologize. I'll have to follow up, later this week.
Okay, only because, for me, they're inextricably linked in terms of, like, obviously, like, Vice Chair O'Neill, like, I care deeply about performance. And at the same time, I think none of us are blind to the fact that we are, like, overspending for what we're getting. And I actually think there are, like, incredible cost savings exercises that will happen with data that will allow us to consolidate routes and increase efficiencies. And I want that because I want that to go back into classrooms and the experiences kids are having pedagogically in school and in our system. So, like, it matters to me, and I think it's important. And I think it actually, on an interesting level, as we think about out of the box solutions, I've said this about ESSER funds, but, like, there is also a universe where, like, we give families that money that we are spending per pupil and let them drive their own strategy around transportation. I wonder, this is a sort of curiosity, and I'm thinking about this for my own child, who I haven't put on a BPS bus for probably the same reason a lot of families who have the option that I have are making around not putting their kid on a BPS bus. But one of those reasons, I wonder, is about safety and the feeling of safety. And this would have been interesting, Dr. Hart, if we could have explored that with families too, because I have a curiosity around the increase in bus monitors being connected to families feeling like buses are safe. I think but we won't know unless we ask, I've never, in my time working in education, I have historically seen kids who have one-to-one bus monitors be kids who have one-to-one paras in their classrooms, and kids who are in classrooms like a 12-to-1-to-1 with an additional para will then have an IEP that sort of aligns to the classroom structure that they have. But if we're seeing this sort of increase in one-to-ones, there has to be a psychology around that decision-making. And I also just wonder if it's about the culture on the bus. And I also wonder if some of that culture is connected to empty buses. And the fact that there's just, like, not enough life moving through those buses. We watch them drive by us, they are often empty. So less of a question, but, like, just more of a comment that I wanted to make sure got out there. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Maida.
So I was wondering about there's a lot of inefficiencies in routes, I feel. I mean, the last time I was on a school bus was, like, in 5th grade, but I remember, I have a distinct memory, like, we got to the school bus like 20 minutes early or 30 minutes early because that day I think my dad had to go in early or something like that, whatever. But so we got there, and then the bus was driving past there already because it had to pick up another person. And so then my dad was like, oh, well, I have to drive you to school because he thought the bus was late. But then when we came back the next day, the bus driver was like, why was no one there? Because apparently that guy goes all the way outside and then he loops back in to go to and to eventually proceed on the route. If you get what I'm saying? So I feel like there's a little bit of that there's probably a bit of that going on when between the locations when there could be more optimized routes. Though granted, that could also be due to, like, all the buses come from one place, right?
No,
They-
3.
Three bus yards across the city. But I think it's an important point and a good question. And I think it ties back to a lot of what we've been talking about with understanding ridership accurately and getting that data so that we can make sure we're optimizing our routes, and then looking closely at things like bell times, school assignments, that sort of thing, which impacts how we set up routes. And oftentimes, most buses do 3 routes in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. So for instance, they may drop off at one school and then go to the first stop. And that could have been when you saw the bus driving by, to go to the first stop and then come back to do the route, and pick up at your stop along the way. I think all of these things tie together, and we really need to, look at them closely.
Mm-hmm. And then coming back to what Brandon said, about safety, which I do think is a very valid concern, considering, from personal experience, I've gotten beat up on the bus before. Granted, that was like in 2nd grade and whatever, but like, there's literally no oversight on a bus.
Experience.
And it's like, I'm not saying, like, honestly, depending on how old the kids are, it's fine. But if like the kids are in like 7th and 8th grade, it's probably going to be fine. But if the kids are in like 2nd grade through 6th grade, it's kind of. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Yeah. No,
Thank you. Dr. Alkins.
Yes, and Diego, I want to emphasize to you that a child being beat up at any age on a BPS bus doesn't matter, especially if you're a parent or something like that. Doesn't matter. You're going to want to address it. And to your point, yeah, the lack of either monitoring or oversight certainly needs to be addressed in that way. So I appreciate you sharing that story with us. I have a question that sort of relates to the recommendations later. I'm actually just more of an update. It was said that the Department of Transportation needed to work with, I think the term used was a high-level multilinguist to communicate better with families. And I'm just sort of curious as to where you all are with that and creating the position and looking at the hiring for that. if I'm understanding correctly.
Yeah, I think Dan, this is relative to the help desk.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit. So we operate a full service transportation hotline from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day. We work to hire and recruit and hire as many multilingual individuals as possible. What I would say is we are relatively well staffed with Spanish speakers, and if you call the hotline, there's a separate queue that you can use to be directly connected to a Spanish speaker. We we work as hard as we can, but to be honest, we are not as well staffed across the rest of the BPS languages. And so when parents call and need to communicate with somebody in another language, we will sometimes have someone available immediately, but if not, we will work across the district with the Welcome Center or the broader BPS helpline to find someone who can follow up with that parent as soon as possible. And so that's a continued focus for us to improve there.
Yeah, and so along those lines, the other recommendation that came up was resuming the annual customer service survey. And my question was there a point, like it sounds like there was a point that we stopped doing it. What was the reasoning why? If so.
Yeah. So I'll be honest with you, I don't have all of the institutional memory on that one, but so I'll go back and try to understand better. What I can say is we introduced a new customer service ticketing system in November 2020. That's the Fresh Desk support portal that started in transportation and is now used across the district. And that is something that we're now a little over 2 years into having that system in place, and there are capabilities that system has to send out automated surveys to parents that we're looking forward to exploring further and turning on and figuring out how to best leverage that data based on some of these recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mehta, do you have another comment, question? Your hand is still raised. Okay, it's all right. Thank you. Are there any additional comments or questions before we close out this evening? Hearing none, I just want to say again, thank you, Dr. Hart and your team for all of this hard work. We know our work is cut out for us going forward. And we look forward to hearing updates from the district more on this topic. So thank you all.
Thank you for having us. And I want to thank Willie Burrows and his team, as well as the district team as well, who supported the process. So thank you, Superintendent Skipper, and others for your support as we went through the process, and we look forward to supporting you as you move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Hart. Thanks, Willie.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to public comments on reports. Ms. Sullivan?
Hi, thank you, Chair. We have no speakers for public comment on reports.
Right, thank you. Is there any new business?
Mr. Tran brought something up from public
Yeah,
comment.
I see Ms. LaPera has her hand raised, and then we can move on to Mr. Tran. Thank you. There you go. Ms. LaPera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similar thinking as Member Tran. I just wanted to figure out when we can have an actual conversation on where we are with pieces around mergers as well as Green New Deal. What I can say from what I heard in the comments, what I'm also hearing from folks in the community, is that there still seems to be confusion as to who is actually driving the process around these facilities conversations. And so is it City Hall? Is it BPS? Is it in coordination? Like, who are families reaching out to? How are we really holding up our end of the bargain? One of the pieces that I've said in multiple meetings is like trust is at the core of everything that we do. And right now we're in the needing to build trust mode. And so would just really, we have to figure out how to do these processes correctly. And this is just the beginning of what I think will be a long process around Green New Deal and other facilities updates that are community needs. And so would really like to get more clarity as to who is really driving this process and how can we ensure that we are meeting our families where we should be meeting our families.
So thank you very much, Mrs. Brenner. And so what my recommendation would be, we knew that we have the 2 council reports this month, but we will get on into February to be able to give a more comprehensive update. I think the answer to your question is there is a joint role between the city and the district when it comes to the Green New Deal. We have been looking for the last couple of months at the structures for us on the BPS side to make sure that we have the right roles and stakeholders internally around the table to be able to do these projects. Because they, to your point, they're not just a facilities project, they're actually a community project. Some of that had been begun last year, and then it was very clear that we did not have the right resources attached to the project to be able to do them, which was why we held up. We're now in the process of rolling them back out again. I do think that there is some information for the Sumner families that we can provide because we have been communicating with them. I know for sure that our staff has been meeting with them, but I think what is owed is the larger meeting that they're looking for. So we will be following back up with them tomorrow. And I do want to be able to give the committee for the next meeting, the action steps that we've taken with, specifically with the Sumner, given it was such a large comment tonight.
Thank you for that. And I just want to be clear, for me, it's not specifically about the Sumner community. Like, I just think that this is one first step of a building block that impacts many different school communities. But I appreciate the commitment to circling back on where we are with the comments that were brought up. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Mr. Tron?
I didn't raise my hand, no comment, thank
No.
you.
Okay, I didn't know if you wanted to come back full circle, but I think Ms. LaPera has also recognized that. Thank you. Are there any additional comments, questions, new business? If not, the next school committee meeting will take place on Wednesday, January 18th at 5 p.m. next week. So if there's nothing further, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes, buenas noches.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes, good night.
Good
Mr.
night.
O'Neill.
Yes, good night all.
Thank you. Ms. Robinson,
Yes,
it's unanimous.
thank you. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.